to adopt the agenda as present? Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Dukes? Second. All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. All right, passes unanimously. Okay, public comments. All public comments except for those in public hearings will occur now. Persons registered to speak for multiple items may speak multiple times. Council members may address public comments during administrative business. Now, will the city clerk call the virtual speakers? Thank you.
Ronna Sanchez, if you're in the Zoom meeting, we will allow you to speak. Once you start speaking, you will have 3 minutes for your comments.
Okay, Ronna Sanchez, 10680 Waco Street in Commerce City. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. I watched the study session several weeks ago about metro districts and also read some of your comments on social media, and I have some comments about your statements and opinions on metro districts. Since you asked for feedback about lifting the ban on metro districts, I'm also requesting you maintain the moratorium on them. I'm speaking as a homeowner living in and being screwed over by a metro district, and also as someone who has done a fair amount of research on metro districts. I'm requesting you keep the moratorium in place until the audit is completed. Although you have put some very strong rules in place for metro districts, I ask you to wait in case the audit shows you may have missed some loopholes that you might need to add. Although you think you've covered all the bases regarding keeping metro districts honest, the past city council who approved the MALIPA probably did not realize the damage they were inflicting on Commerce City residents. What if you missed something like they did? For example, the current rules and regs state that all special and regular district meetings shall be open to the public and shall be held at a location that is within 20 miles of the district boundary. Many of us residents have asked and even demanded that the Reunion Metro District hold their meetings live and in person, and they continue to hide behind Zoom, and no one says anything and lets them continue to violate this. No one is holding them accountable. You have this same rule in your new rules and regulations, which means they can continue to ignore this, like they've been doing all along, and then potentially ignore the rest of your so-called foolproof rules and regulations. Your argument that waiting will cause us to miss out on business coming here does not hold water. A few months ago is not going to make that much of a difference. Since we've had a moratorium, have any of you ever heard of a business not wanting to come here because we had a moratorium? You haven't, because there are none. Look at the work the Economic Development Group has done, and you will see that not once was the moratorium listed as the reason for businesses not coming here. At an Economic Development Committee meeting, Jim Hayes, who recently left Oakwood Homes and lives in North Range District 2, even said the reason businesses don't come here is because of the high mill levy. He said there was nothing he could do about it and it was out of his hands. You fall in line with Oakwood on everything else. Listen to them this time. The moratorium has absolutely nothing to do with businesses not coming here. I'm not surprised some of you would support lifting the moratorium on metro districts. As someone who had an incredibly large sum of money pumped into your campaign when you ran from both developers and unnamed sources, I have a high suspicion you are not concerned about residents, but more concerned about delivering to your donors. Had you not received that money or even denounced it after the fact, I might take your position more seriously. I'm not sure you really understand the financing of metro districts. You're so worried about the debt being paid if metro districts were dissolved, when that is silly. The taxpayers who bought the homes are on the hook for the debt, regardless of whether or not there is a metro district. The source of repayment is and will always be real estate taxes. I noticed at the meeting and in your comments, you're concerned about paying debt and paying for services. The North Range Metro districts are not against paying for debt and services. We're upset about paying for the other items on the budget. And I know I ran out of time, so I can't give you the examples that I have, but I do have some.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
One last thing. I'm not understanding why you think metro districts are the only way to fund infrastructure. That is the best way for developers to fund infrastructure, but not the best way for homeowners. Developers use this as a smoke and mirrors approach to luring homeowners home buyers into affordable homes. And then when the homeowners get their tax bill, they find out these so-called affordable homes are not very affordable. It is the ultimate scam on homeowners. Lastly, I hope that you do not lift the moratorium, and I hope you really take a good look at the metro districts. Thank you, and thank you for letting me go over.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate that.
Next, we have Diane Hoteling. Apologies.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Diane, you'll have 3 minutes once you start to speak.
Thank you. Good evening, Council and Mr. Mayor. Please do not lift the moratorium. We have lived in Reunion for 20 years. We are unable to meet in person with the Reunion Metro District, and the Reunion Metro District is suing, from what I understand, the North Range Metro District. We feel that we are not being represented appropriately by Reunion Metro District. Bad actors are holding the tower and 104th corridor back from evolving into the community we were promised when we moved here 20 years ago. To say, well, times have changed in the past 20 years, nobody cares, the Reunion Metro District will handle everything, the area, all the houses up and down 104th and Tower will be happy with the businesses we give them. So we're just going to continue to tax you without your consent. Commerce City Council and Mayor, this is not working for us. Please don't lift the moratorium. Audit first. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Next, we have Janet Hopkins.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Douglas and City Council members. First of all, I'd like to thank the mayor and a couple of the City Council members with whom I spoke last week for their time in speaking with me and explaining and clarifying some issues. I received a mortgage notice, and my taxes, thanks to the Reunion Metro District, have increased exorbitantly. They have skyrocketed. And that's what prompted my telephone call. I know we've had issues with the Reunion Metro District, but it is out of control. And I am here for two reasons. The first is to appeal to you all, especially Councilman Dukes and Councilman Kim. Please do not vote to repeal the moratorium. Please leave it. I had the pleasure of watching your study session that took place on February 26th, where Councilwoman Noble and Councilman Kim, you so clearly expressed our frustration with the outrageous taxes that we are paying the mills to the Reunion Metro District with no accountability, no representation on their board. Councilwoman Noble, it sounds as if you want to keep the moratorium, but surprisingly, Councilman Kim, I think you said that you don't see a need to keep the moratorium. Considering that it's only going to be 2 more months, I think you owe it to your constituents to leave the moratorium. I am fully aware, and I want to make residents who are listening fully aware that lifting the moratorium is not going to help us in our current situation. However, by speaking to some of the council people, I've learned that there is a way out. There is a pathway for us to extricate ourselves from the insanity of the Reunion Metro District. And from what I understand, we have the power to petition to have the Reunion Metro District dissolved. And if that is the case, I would hope that the city planner, the city manager, and the expert on that issue would put together some kind of documentation on how we can go about that, because the Reunion Metro District is an absolute nightmare. At the increase, the taxes, the amount of taxes that I've been increased, I could have purchased another home for about $250,000 more, and been in a neighborhood with the amenities that you claim we're missing because of the moratorium. That's outrageous. We know it's not true. There are no developers who are suffering because of the moratorium. They're not going to be suffering for another 2 months. So I implore you, please keep the moratorium. And to the residents listening, there is a pathway out. We need to work to get the Reunion Metro District dissolved. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Appreciate that.
Next, we have Monica Burton.
Good evening. Mayor Douglas and members of council, my name is Monica Burton, and I'm here on behalf of the Metro District Education Coalition. Please accept this testimony in support of Ordinance 2573, an ordinance repealing Ordinance 2453, a moratorium upon the city's processing of applications for approval of new service plans for residential metro districts. As a nonprofit committed to educating the public on the role that metro districts play in our communities to provide the necessary public infrastructure that communities need and the amenities that residents want, we support the city's proposal to lift the moratorium put into place on December of 2022 on the creation of new residential metro districts. We believe that this is an important step to allow the city to move forward with development of new residential communities, which will increase the city's overall inventory and help alleviate the skyrocketing cost of housing due to a simple case study of supply and demand economics. Additionally, lifting the moratorium will assist the city's efforts to increase commercial investment by sending a clear message that Commerce City is open for business and that it will continue to have a strong residential base to support additional commercial enterprise. For over 3 years, the city has spent countless hours in taxpayer dollars on bringing stakeholders and experts to the table with the city to hear and understand concerns and offer solutions that strengthen the city's standards for approving service plans. The city has also adopted new standards and safeguards for this process. We support council lifting the moratorium to allow these standards to be utilized. We acknowledge the city's desire to create greater protections for its residents and strongly support the passage of Ordinance 2573. We continue to stand ready, willing, and able to help with those efforts and look forward to partnering with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Is that all for virtual speakers? Okay.
That's all on the virtual speakers.
All right.
First up, for in-person speakers, we have Jackie Valdez.
Good evening, council and mayor.
Evening.
Couple things that I'd like to discuss tonight. Just kind of listening to what is going on in Reunion. Well, I kind of had to take a step back for a minute and kind of think that it's kind of happening on the south side of Commerce City also. Our taxes are going up and our values are going down. We have developments coming in that's not benefiting us. In fact, it's harming us. Our roadways are getting worse. We're not getting the help that we need to rebuild these roadways. I had the indication that Colorado Boulevard was owned by CDOT. Now I'm hearing Colorado Boulevard is owned by City of Commerce City. I have yet to hear when that took place. I would like those answers. I'd like to thank Oscar Council for bringing it to our attention about the zoning on Colorado Boulevard and the development that is trying to become on 64th. I'm asking council, I'm asking the city manager and the city to not do any voting when it comes to anything concerning the south side of Commerce City and Colorado Boulevard until you speak with the community and let the community say what they would like. We are being intoxicated by these vehicles, these trucks, these semis. Our roads are being tore up. Our homes are being tore up. I've actually had part of my home that I had to redo because of leaking is now cracking. Our roads are cracking. And nobody wants to step up and fix the south side of Commerce City. We are who make Commerce City. So until that happens, I'm asking for everyone on council to deny anything to be changed as far as Colorado Boulevard is concerned. We have a 70th project, we have a 72nd project. And both of those are going to consider little children, people walking and going down Colorado Boulevard with large semis. They're already violating 68th, and we don't have the manpower for Commerce City Police Department to assist. They can't even assist us with the little motorbikes, which has been ongoing and has gotten worse. And the semis, the trucks, the dump trucks, the asphalts, all of it's getting worse. So I'm asking that you guys really take this to heart, because if you were living in Commerce City where I'm living, you wouldn't want it. So I'm asking you to please take it to heart, including the city, to take it to heart and say, you know what, we're not going to do anything until we see what the south side says they would like. We're supposed to be building the south side, and it's not happening. It's getting worse. Derby looks horrible, and it was supposed to look beautiful. It's supposed to make us look good, and we're not looking good, guys. We're looking horrible. And my house is falling apart, and I'd like to know, is any of the city council or the city going to help come out and fix the damages that these big trucks are doing? Because I don't hear anybody saying that it's going to happen. So that's what I'm asking tonight, is that nothing be placed, nothing be approved until we get some direction of where we're going on the south side. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for coming in.
Next speaker we have is Scott Van Heusen.
Good evening. I'm Scott Van Heusen. I live at 72nd and Quebec Street. A couple weeks ago, there was an applicant here, and he had mentioned during a zoning change request our master plan. Well, that made me interested, so I checked into the comprehensive plan, which is under draft right now. And in the comprehensive plan, I made about 20 pages of handwritten notes. I will submit them online, but I wasn't clear on when this master plan was going to go in for vote. So hopefully some of my concerns might be addressed then. Some of them do reflect the southwest side of Commerce City. One big one is that there are two large character areas that are referenced on page 79 of this draft, and those two large ones are the central neighborhoods and the 270 Industrial District. It appears that the 270 Industrial District and the central neighborhoods are the same size. Now, by square foot, you know, that's an awful lot of industry to be right next to the central neighborhoods that are already asking for more retail, groceries, restaurants, entertainment, parks, etc. And it looks like industry is kind of winning because that's the only area that was outlined for expansion. Of course, we can't expand our current neighborhoods, but we do have needs in that neighborhood, and it doesn't look like those were addressed. Also, we have a South Platte district that looks minuscule, and I'm thinking that there might be a chance to try and increase the South Platte district a little bit. Most cities around the country have been trying to reclaim some of their low-lying waterways, you know, so restoration, recreation, etc., and we haven't done it. You have just to look at Rhino, Denver's River North District, right up to the edge of Commerce City. That has really expanded. And we would have a lot of work to do, but I don't think that we should actually write off our waterways. I won't make any further comments because I think it might sound like I'm opposing something coming up tonight later, and I'm not. I was out in the neighborhood earlier just looking at these things, and there's a lot of potential, but I think we need to focus and come up with a plan for that area. And the plan is really to provide the services necessary to the residents in that neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Next is Daniel Frank.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Daniel Frank. I'm the representative and owner for the undeveloped property at the northwest corner of 96th and Tower. Regarding the Metro District moratorium that will be discussed tonight, I just wanted to say that my property and others like it will continue to remain undeveloped without either a lifting of the Metro District moratorium or another financing tool to help fund city-owned and maintained infrastructure. And I know that, we've heard a lot tonight that people have issues with the Reunion Metro District. I agree with those people. I empathize with those people. But I think that, holding hostage, things going forward for the sins of the past isn't necessarily the right path. Also, the concerns brought up regarding the Reunion Metro District specifically have all really been solved by the new service plan. When we talk about mill levy caps, board turnover, transparency, term limits, all those things are in the new service plan. So the city council should really commend themselves and kind of pat themselves on the back for doing such a good job on that. So I'd just like to see us take the next step forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Next is Ryan Kiefer.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Kiefer. I am on the board of directors for North Range Metro District 1, but I am representing myself this evening, and all my comments are based solely on my personal opinions. I'm not in favor of the moratorium being lifted for the following reasons. Allowing metro districts to continue without fixing existing ones is a slap in the face to the current existing residents. I understand the agreements cannot be changed without both the developer and the city agreeing to it. But my assumption is the developers want the metro districts back, as they spent several $100,000 trying to buy some of you seats here this evening in the election most recently. If they want them back, I think they should be willing to work and agree on their previous metro districts they have, and we have those fixed. To that end, I've asked Mr. Duke several times to state that he has no affiliation with the developers or he has any undue influence with them, and publicly he's been skating that comment quite a bit. So I'll be watching your vote this evening to see how you go, because I sat next to you quite a few times where you told people you would not be hurting us, you would not be selling us out to developers, and if you go the other way with it tonight, I feel as though you're slapping them in the face as well. If the developers want to move forward with the new metro districts, we need to hold their feet to the fire so that they can fix the ones that they've already operate, allowing them to create new ones, before allowing them to create new ones. Additionally, I'm asking, why are we dead set on metro districts being the only way to finance something? The city seems to like it. The city staff, I've listened to them quite a bit. They like to be able to subvert having to vote on things. The most recent comment was that they wanted to build the library and it couldn't get done. And I believe it was Mr. Dukes and the city manager also went back and forth stating that it was difficult because you couldn't get the voters to agree on it. But if you have metro districts, you have pretty much the free go of it because they're willing to take the tax dollars from us without having to ask us for it. I'm referring mainly to Reunion Metro District, but it does apply to other ones as well. Back to my point of why are we only stuck on metro districts, there are other traditional ways to finance developments that have worked for years. We clearly see the metro districts are rife with abuse by the developers, so opening this door back up seems short-sighted. The developers already outright lie about the amenities that they will build so they can sell more homes, and then they just conveniently seem to forget about those promises once they've sold their homes and move on. Developers have a vested financial interest in subverting any rules that or safeguards you've put in place with your most recent amendments to the idea for metro districts. Whenever they find ways that limit their power, their ability to maximize their profit, they have well, they have more money and better lawyers than us, and believe me that if you lift the moratorium ban this evening, several law firms will be paid heavily and be hard at work tomorrow morning, working very diligently to go through all the new rules and find ways to exploit this process you've put in place for them, and they will find them. Currently, Oakwood Homes is using my money to pay lawyers to sue me to continue to take my money. That's just how perverted is that. I'll close with this. With the current state of home buying, new buyers will not understand what they are signing up for by moving into a metro district, even with your new rules. They want a house, and the stack of papers in front of them at closing will just go through auto sign, and they will not understand what they're doing when they sign for their acknowledgement of the metro district. By the time they find out, it'll be too late. I have a true story that actually happened yesterday. A good friend of mine I had to say goodbye to because the metro district tax of 98.25 mils issued by RMD pushed him too far, and he and his wife and his 2-month-old son had to leave to go to Texas because, like I said, they couldn't continue to afford to pay to live here. Lifting this moratorium ban is just going to create more stories like this. Please don't sell it in my city this evening. Thank you.
Next, we have Morgan Cullen.
Good evening, Mayor Douglas, members of the Commerce City Council. My name is Morgan Cullen, and I'm here to provide input this evening on Commerce City's Ordinance 2453 that imposed the moratorium on residential metropolitan districts in December of 2022. These comments are being provided on behalf of the Home Builders Association of Metro Denver. The HBA of Metro Denver represents over 500 home builders, remodelers, architects, mortgage lenders, title companies, subcontractors, suppliers, and service providers in the 8-county Denver metro area that we serve. In Commerce City, the HBA of Metro Denver represents many active builders and developers within the municipality. The Home Builders Association supports smart regulations on metro districts, so this important tool for financing and building public infrastructure and amenities can continue. And while we have concerns about the recently updated regulations that were imposed late last year, they are far better than the blanket moratorium that is currently being applied across the city. Metropolitan districts are simply a way for development to pay for itself while simultaneously lowering the upfront cost of home ownership for the vast majority of Coloradans. The alternatives to a metropolitan district are slowing or halting development or significantly raising the price of development and harming those who wish to achieve the dream of home ownership and to call Commerce City home. Moratorium is the most drastic of measures and create a ripple effect and unintended consequences which can last for years or even decades to come. Commerce City, like other municipalities across the metropolitan area, is severely undersupplied in terms of housing units. This supply shortage has aggravated real estate prices throughout the region and pushed hardworking families further and further away from where they work, increasing traffic demands and decreasing productivity. Again, without metropolitan districts, cities are not able to pay for infrastructure like streets, sidewalks, parks to serve new development. And based on recent housing figures and trajectory, our supply-demand issue with housing is not going to get better unless and until we can find ways to drive down the cost of housing. In conclusion, we fully support the City Council's repeal tonight of the moratorium, and please do not hesitate to contact us if you have any additional questions. Thank you.
All right, that concludes our public comment portion. Members of the public were able to submit written comments online and by mail. Written comments were received by the deadline and incorporated into updated agenda packet. And a follow-up is necessary. You should expect to be contacted by a staff member. All right, next up is a notice, council business, a request for amendment regarding unauthorized urban camping. I'll invite Councilmember Ford to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, after having our study session and discussing the camping ban and potential options for the city to purchase or build some shelter opportunities, one of the questions that I had posed was, is there a law that states that we have to offer shelter prior to removing somebody from the right-of-way? And the answer was unknown at the time. City Attorney Lee got back to us all with a memo, and based on his finding and fact-finding, there is no current law that states that we have to provide shelter in order to remove someone from our right-of-way. Therefore, I think we, as a city, are hamstringing ourselves. And I know that there have been some cases in Boulder where they removed some folks from the right-of-way, and they were sued by the ACLU. That there's still some pending issues there. The city and the state both ended up agreeing with the city that they didn't violate any Eighth Amendment. However, I know Fort Collins is dealing with some things. What I would say is because this is driving an issue to provide shelter and our tax dollars, and this is not something that this city has ever done, is deal with health and human services, especially at a level like this. So I'm going to make a motion to remove the items under C in the ordinance. Number 2, the city has a shelter option available for the person ordered to move from the camp, and the person has been offered placement in a shelter. And number 3, exception to this section, if a person is offered shelter option and refuses to go to the shelter option, and the person refuses or fails to move from the city camp location when ordered, this person may be issued a citation and is subject to arrest. And I think as part of that, I want to make sure that I say, I do not want anybody treated cruelly or in a poor manner. And if there is a law in the 10th Circuit that requires us to provide shelter, I think we can look at those options. But as long as there's not currently a law that states that we have to provide shelter, I would like to ask that those 2 items be stricken from our unauthorized camping on public property ordinance.
All right. Councilmember Ford made a motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Teeter?
Second the motion.
Okay, is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
City Attorney Zarzeki, could you fill us in on what it would mean and why this was included in the ordinance in the first place and what it would mean to remove it?
I'd be happy to, Mayor Pro Tem. So just to be clear, the section that we're talking about is section 3012, subsections C2 and C3. And C2 specifically states the city has a shelter option available for the person ordered to move from the camp, and the person has been offered placement in the shelter option. So the language, the intent of the language when it was approved by a former council, a previous council, was that there was ongoing litigation in Boulder on this matter. That the matter is still going through the courts. There is oral argument, I believe, scheduled to mid-April before the Supreme Court. My understanding is that this was the most protective measure that was imposed or recommended to the previous council. Just to be very clear, there is no requirement that a city has to provide shelter, and I want to highlight that there's a distinction between a city having somewhere to put an individual comparative to the city having the shelter option. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that.
Any more questions? Mayor Pro Tem? Okay. All right, Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that I will be in support of this proposal. Although I'm very compassionate about people who are without shelter. I don't think allowing them to camp in neighborhoods where people are expecting to feel safe is the appropriate answer. And so I feel like I owe that to the citizens of our city to take them into consideration first. And so I will be in support of this tonight.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chacon.
Do we have to have a citation if they don't comply? My concern is criminalizing houselessness. If they already have certain conditions, we don't want to also be locking up houseless relatives either if we can't even provide them shelter.
Is that question directed to me?
Yes, please.
So I think the question was, do we have to issue a citation? Is that correct? The city would have discretionary authority on whether or not to enforce. So to answer your question, frankly, no, they would not have to issue a citation. But going to the bigger picture, I just want to make sure everyone understands. There is existing case law that is, again, going through the court system that is very much focused on what constitutes cruel and unreasonable punishment. And while we could very much strike the language in the code, my office would work with the city manager to ensure that there are policies in place to ensure that neither he or anyone in his staff is unduly complying with the existing laws and is acting when they're actually out on the street in the most protective way to not trigger liability for the city.
I feel compassionate to be able to help, especially the city, with understanding that we don't have the capacity for shelter needs for houseless relatives. I would like to strike that there's citations against houseless relatives. There should be more services that we can offer or a way that we can document where there might need help. But I don't feel it's appropriate to immediately cite communities that might not even be able to be in that space, and then we can house them again. Put the potentiality of housing them in a jail before we can house them in a shelter. And that doesn't sit well with me. So I would like to strike that aspect of it out and then support, but to cite houseless relatives already in that space doesn't make sense. And can potentially criminalize the space.
Understood. I believe the motion is to direct us to draft a restriction. So basically the motion is to draft a language repealing certain sections of this provision so this council would see that language and would certainly see a legal memorandum from my office clarifying our recommendations on how to move forward with that language stricken.
Councilmember Ford, would you accept?
I would
that
agree. I would agree. That is the intent. I also have some discussion is now appropriate, or do you have somebody else to call on, Mayor?
No.
Okay. Because of the way the study session went down, it was almost implied that there are no other services where we could get shelter for these folks, that it would be at the burden of the city to provide shelter options. And we were contemplating and having a discussion about spending a lot of taxpayer dollars to buy land and or build a shelter. My biggest concerns are this. I hate that anybody is homeless. I don't wish that upon anyone. However, it has never been an intended service provided by small cities like Commerce City that when you talk about wraparound services and housing somebody for 90 days, we're not talking about the 7 to 14 days, and I think there should be some other options. We have some ARPA dollars, and I'd like to see if there are some nonprofits that can provide us with some shelter options and things of that nature. If this is a law, I want to make sure we abide by the law. But as of right now, not having a law that requires this, I think we're jumping the gun and hamstringing ourselves to not be able to take care of a situation in a right-of-way that justly needs to be taken care of and do it in a compassionate manner. So I'm not opposed to having this in there. I'm opposed to having it in there without legally being obligated to offer shelter on the backs of our residents having to provide that shelter with their tax dollars. if this happens, I think that we need to look at what those alternatives are. But I think when this came about, I was under the understanding, yes, we were doing it because there was a legal means of why we were doing it. After finding out that there is no law requiring it, I think we wait until the law requires us to do that, and then we can put it back in there. But until then, I don't think it's fair to the residents to have that caveat in this ordinance to provide that clause. If our officers need to remove somebody from the right-of-way because they're posing a danger to our residents, I don't think it's fair to have that in there if we are not required by law to be able to meet the demands of what we place within our ordinance. So therefore is my reasoning, and I appreciate the council considering it.
Councilmember Chacon, did you want to?
I understand your reasoning, and I completely am concerned about the same safety issues, and it's right away. My concern is that, what do you mean by citation? Do you mean a criminal citation? Do you mean?
Councilmember Ford?
That happens to be something that's already in the ordinance. I would refer to the chief or our legal counsel. It is one of those things where if they went out, I'm assuming, and they can correct me, and there were some homeless people in our right-of-way that were posing a risk or a risk to our public or safety issues, that if they were asked to leave and they didn't leave, that if it escalated to the point where they felt a citation was necessary, I think it gives them the ability to provide that citation. If it doesn't, and somebody's willing to work with the people that are asking them to move because of a safety concern, then I don't know why they would write a citation. But I really think that's up to the law enforcement and how they want to enforce that piece of it.
City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just having a brief conversation with the chief. In regards to relocation of any individual within our right-of-way, there has to be some triggering mechanism for them to rely upon, whether that's a citation or another mechanism. And just playing a scenario out, if PD approaches an individual within the right-of-way, asks that individual to relocate and doesn't have that mechanism, that individual could easily tell city staff to go pound sand. And there would then be no action for us then to levy in having that individual be removed. So there has to be something, not saying it's a citation, but there would have to be a process that there is still something that's being issued for us to be able to rely back upon. And this is something that we would have to work on with the city attorney's office to make sure that we're not unduly exposing ourselves to any liability. But there would still have to be some process to that we would have to exchange with that individual.
Is there a way to ingrain wraparound services or mental health support with that first response?
I believe there is. Like I said, we'd have to explore that and what that looks like and how that would be coupled together. There's a way and there's a will. We would have to just really dive into that.
I would really like to stress in some form, either written in the space, to not criminalize these houseless relatives in that way. If they're going to be citing and initiating that we need them there away from that space for public health and safety, that's fine, but not to just target. And of course, we're trying to target so that we can create help, but it's only with capacity. I know it's a difficult and complex situation. I want to acknowledge that, especially for our residents. But I don't want two populations fighting each other, and there's never a solution either way.
Thank you, man. We'll work with the city attorney's office if that's an accepted amendment to the motion on the floor.
Thank you. You accept that, Councilmember?
Yeah, it's fine.
All right. Is that clear? All right, appreciate that. Okay. See no more discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passed unanimously. Okay, on to presentations, short-term rental registration. And I call up Jim Tolbert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Tonight, we wanted to bring back to you the basics of a presentation we did a little over a year ago to deal with short-term rental regulations, Airbnb, VRBO, all the different names that you see out there. So I want to talk about current regulations, status of short-term rental units in Commerce City, look at the available data, discuss what a program might look like, and then look at next steps. At this time, there are no requirements in the city for this type of business. We do not regulate short-term rentals at all. We're not collecting lodging tax from those or any taxes. Short-term rentals are not registered through the licensing office. And then one of the things that we've been asked to address, there are no owner occupancy requirements currently. We've been getting occasional complaints from our community about the fact that we don't regulate short-term rentals. When they show up in the neighborhood next door to somebody, and all the impacts they bring, we tend to get complaints, and we've been having those come in. So when I came to you in March of '22, company we've been working with trying to look at this identified 99 short-term rentals in Commerce City. By January of 2024, less than 2 years, that had grown to 250. And those are verified addresses that they have, or verified listings that they've been able to see. So throughout the community, and you can see they're scattered, they're not just in one part of the community. There are 250 now. They primarily are made up of single-family houses. There are a few in multifamily, and they primarily are rentals of the entire home, be it an apartment or a single family, although some only rent a portion of their home. Without regulations, regulation is challenging. We're asked to enforce. People don't understand why we can't enforce. We don't have regulations, so there is nothing to enforce. We lose economic opportunities and receive no tax benefit. Again, we have neighborhood conflicts, neighbor conflicts, and it does diminish the neighborhood character without any type of regulations. It's been proven around the country that short-term rentals, when they start taking over neighborhoods, have a significant impact on housing affordability. And then when there are not hosts living in the site, they do create opportunities that there's no oversight, and so it's more difficult to control the activity there or have the homeowner control if they don't live in the home where they're doing the short-term rental. If we were to consider an ordinance, some things that might be included are that all parking must be on approved surfaces. That's one of the complaints we get, people pulling cars just into the front yard on the grass. That no short-term rental would be allowed in subsidized housing because that would totally conflict with the issue of subsidized housing, providing a very difficult to determine income. That the host should post the city's noise ordinance in a very visible location, that they must hold, property owner must hold a business license from the city and must register the unit, and that when they advertise, that they include the business license number in any advertisement for the short-term rental. So again, it can be tied back to a particular property. For issuance of a permit, we would want to inspect these, just like in a hotel is inspected before you do or turn them loose to rent rooms, to make sure they comply with building codes and fire codes. And then there are platforms out there that have numbers of these things, and they're managers of multiple properties. Again, we would require that they register and provide detailed records of their rental activity and taxes. Prior experience says when they get them, they say, we'll remit the taxes, but we're not going to tell you where the units are or how much any particular one brought in. And that's, if we regulate, we need to know that so we can keep a better handle on them. A lot of our nearby municipalities have regulations. We would be one of the last in the Front Range to get into the regulation, but they're out there and being successfully dealt with by other communities. Next steps, we'd want to come back to you with an ordinance to enact the regulations, but also what the fees we would charge for registering and what the penalties would be for noncompliance. We'd bring it back to council for formal adoption, and then we would strongly suggest contracting with a third-party company to help track the units in the city. These things have gotten very sophisticated, and if you're trying to watch and keep up with the ads for, say, Airbnb, if you find one, they'll just shut down the Airbnb and move to one of the many other platforms that are out there. When this first came up a couple of years ago, we had a group that I'd never heard of. I forget what the name of it is, but they were catering to flight crews from the airport. And I'd never heard of the name, but apparently it's a common one that's out there. And the third-party groups can help track all that. They monitor all those sites, and they'll have our addresses and be able to tell. So we would think that would be very important to help collect our tax revenue and make sure that they were registered. And be happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate the presentation all in all with this. That's kind of astounding to see that there's over 250 short-term rentals that's in our city. I think some of the things, based off of the information as far as the recommendations moving forward, I kind of wonder, is it possible that this could be could this be retroactive as well, not necessarily allow those that are here already as considered grandfathered in if a ordinance of this type was to come forward?
Well, I don't want to practice law, but I will tell you from my experience with this, since we've never regulated them, you can regulate them and typically do it outside the land development code. But I would defer to Lee for his experience with that.
Yeah, I wouldn't actually consider it retroactive. If council were to move forward with an ordinance that required, for example, registration of a license to be able to do this kind of business, then any business doing that within the jurisdiction of Commerce City would have to apply. It wouldn't be retroactive. They would have to do it.
So it'd be mandatory for those that currently exist would have to?
Depending on the ordinance language that was drafted and approved by this council, but yes, I wouldn't consider that retroactive. It would become effective once the ordinance became effective.
Okay. And then secondly, with regards to these homes that are short-term rentals, is there a way to limit the amount by a certain metric to say, within this neighborhood that has 100 homes, only 1 or 2 could be authorized for the short-term rental if approved and authorized by the city based on the license?
That's a more challenging question to answer. I don't have an answer off the top of my head, but we could certainly do the research.
Okay.
There are a number of communities around the country that are doing that, but whether or not it works in Colorado, we would greatly depend on
That'd be
city
something
attorney
I'd be
to help
interested
with.
in knowing if it's possible to do. And I think in addition to that, with regards to short-term rentals, I know the company you're talking about with regards to the flight attendants, but it's on the tip of my tongue. I'll let you know what that is as soon as I know what it is, as soon as I remember it. Crash Pad? Crash Pad. There you go. Regarding those homes that, rent out, that rent out a room, right? I mean, obviously, I think there are homes that potentially a buyer buys a home, 4-bedroom, whatever the case is, but they rent out all 4 bedrooms for somebody to live in. So obviously, you don't have a homeowner living there. Just kind of wondering, is it possible to, if it's a 4-bedroom home, you're only authorized 1 or 2 of those rooms to be used for short-term. However, you then would need to make sure that the homeowner lives there as well. That type of language, is that possible?
We can take a look at that for sure.
Okay. All right. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Jim, thank you for the presentation. Just a couple questions. One was answered about the catering of food. Now I understand why that's in there as a recommendation. The other question I have is around, have you reached out to other businesses or Airbnb or whatever to talk about how these potential changes impact their business or not? Or is there, I guess I'm trying to get at it, are we being overly extreme, or we're in the middle, or we're trying to find the middle ground? Because we do want some of those revenues in the city. So I'll stop there. What's the communication process to like some of these businesses?
We haven't reached out to any people operating short-term rental to discuss this. We have been dealing with the company, Granicus, that monitors and works with cities around the country on these, and their attorneys, and looking at the ordinance. I think that where we're kind of at right now is kind of middle of the road.
Okay.
You know, we're not wanting to say you can't do it at all. We're wanting to, we're saying we want to know who you are. We want to have some basic rules, and we want to be able to collect the taxes that are due to level the playing field as we're getting more and more hotels, that we don't need that unfair competition with them just by not having the taxes. That's usually the biggest complaint from businesses that I've seen is, particularly as hotel motels that are collecting taxes, and then the other folks are not having to play by the same rules. If you don't regulate, you don't know that they've met the fire code, they've got working smoke detectors and those sort of things, so.
Okay, that makes sense. And I assume that this would evolve as well. As you get more data, we'll get better at tracking, we'll get better. And this is like probably evolution of this ordinance in the near future as well. Is that what I'm assuming? Is that a safe assumption?
Yes, sir. I wouldn't even be coming to you to say, let's do this, if there wasn't help out there to track, because it's very difficult. If you've ever stayed in an Airbnb, you don't know where you're staying until you actually pay for it and get ready to show up. You can't just go online and look for addresses.
Yeah.
Unless you've got somebody that knows how to data mine and really do it. And like I say, there are companies that do that and can assist with it.
Well, no, I guess my question is there like an audit in place that we can improve practices as we learn more? Because you go from a certain amount to 200 to 50, it has been expanded. Is that part of the plan as well, like in the future of like how do we improve our practices, improve our regulations, because there might be loopholes that we may miss?
We would be, absolutely, we'd be monitoring and tracking and, checking for how many new ones we got on a regular basis. The number 250 didn't come from us. It came from a company that knows what they're doing and can keep up with them.
Okay. And my last question is probably for City Manager Rogers around, you may not have this now, but this is a big endeavor, right? In terms of tracking, monitoring, legislation, and enforcing it. Do you have a ballpark cost? Like how much this would cost the city? And like, is there like maybe the department that we have to eventually build out for something like this?
It's interesting that, you asked that question because, like I say, I mentioned Granicus that we've been working with. I didn't know that finance had also been having conversations with them on the collection end of the taxes. Roughly $25,000 a year to contract with one of these firms, and then they monitor the sites, they send the letters with your signature on them to tell people they've got to come into compliance. If they see them being advertised that don't come into compliance, then they will actually write the letter, send it, tell them they're in non-compliance, and then our code enforcement people will just pick it up as part of routine when that happens. But I've been through 2 places that implemented these, and it's really not a burden. Using that format, it's not a burden on your staff to do it. If we had to track them, we had to handle every part of it, it would be difficult. But the biggest workload is the initial, when people come to register, sending somebody out to inspect and make sure they've got the smoke detectors and, they're compliant with the code. But once that's done, it's done, so.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward, Mr. Tolbert. It sounds like it's been a work in progress for the last 2 years, is that?
We brought it to a study session and didn't get enthusiastic support, so it just kind of lay dormant, and then we got asked about it again, so we're bringing
I
it
think it was
back.
before I was on council. I would definitely support something like this. I did miss, I believe Councilmember Dukes had asked the cost, but I think I missed it. Did you quote a cost of hiring the?
So to hire the third-party firm to help us is roughly $25,000 a year, and then we would be able to absorb, because of all they would do, most of the other stuff with existing staff.
And how much would you anticipate bringing in in revenue for,
It depends on what we charged, and we would do some analysis of that. We've done some, but it's been a while, of what we charge to register. And then based on what we charge to register, then we would know how much we'd bring in. The taxes would be, we'd keep separate, but it's hard to
Right.
tell what they would be. But the registration is what we would use to decrease the cost of the program or defray some of that cost.
so the initial cost would be $25,000 to get set up, correct?
So if there's 250 units and we get them all registered and we charged $100 to register, we would basically have a program that broke even for any contract
From the
cost.
start. Well, and I think this is something that needs to be initiated because we don't have anything in place and people have been taking advantage of that fact. And I think sometimes it's a burden on the neighbors who have to put up with this. So I think it's good to look at having a registry, and I think it would be something that would keep them more in line so that, you know, they are adhering to being good neighbors to others. Getting back to the bedroom thing, I know there are people who are renting out bedrooms and they do live in the house, but they're running like a boarding house kind of situation. Something that was very popular in the past. Would this include that kind of situation?
I mean, it depends, this is short-term rental, it's under 30 days.
Under 30 days.
So if somebody's renting out a room for longer than that, that would not
6 months.
be regulated. If it was a 6 months agreement, then they would not be regulated under this. But we do have definitions of boarding house. We get complaints, we can check and make sure, see where they fall. But this would not be for a boarding house. It would be strictly for things under 30 days.
Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you for bringing this forward again. And I would like to say that I was enthusiastic 2 years ago when you brought this to us. But I know at a study session that staff sort of does a head count, and if there isn't enough enthusiasm, then maybe things wind up falling by the wayside. Certainly a big issue in Ward 4, and really interesting to see that it's widespread, that it's throughout Commerce City. So thank you. And now that we have two hotels, there isn't the same issue in terms of where people can stay, so that will be important as well. And with regards to Crash Pad, I took a moment to Google. There's actually 5 just on the front page of the Google page of different names of crash pad companies in Denver. So I can see why we would need external help to track all of these. And
Last time they
hopefully
told me there
neighbors
were
would
some
help as
50.
well.
Last time they told me there were over 50 companies operating like Airbnb in the metro, in the Front Range area, so.
I would believe it. And I do, I get complaints from residents certainly, and maybe they can help keep track too of who's operating an Airbnb, not Airbnb, I'm not using that one, but just any short-term rental. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it. Count me as enthusiastic again.
Okay, Councilmember Ford.
Yes, thank you. A lot of my questions were already answered. I think for me, the biggest piece of it is safety for the occupants and safety for the neighbors. I know there have been some situations because of some of these things negatively impacting neighborhoods and creating some problems within our community. My biggest concern was that there was enough revenue derived to pay for the services necessary, which it sounds like there would be. At least you're considering that. But I think that when we start in this road that the state is taking up on ADUs because of lack of affordable housing and potential ADUs, that may be more of an increase in opportunity to rent a space on your property, whether that be short-term or long-term. So I'd like to be kept apprised as these numbers increase or decrease based upon the discussions that we're having tonight and/or if we move forward with an ordinance. So thank you.
City Manager Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. And I believe Jim may expound on this, but I do want to share with you, yes, there is an initial cost of the $25,000 now. That's just one part of the equation, it's not the entire equation. That's for tracking. There is still an enforcement piece that is associated with that when and if that does come about, which would still be reliant upon our code enforcement agents to undertake that based off of what we hear from that company operating on our behalf. So there would be still some evaluation, obviously, from the personnel perspective on whether or not we would have to supplant, or add to ensure that we're able to capture the full breadth of our nuisances under our current ordinance in addition to this, if it moves forward.
All right. No, I appreciate this. I know my time at council, 2011, 2019, there was issues, and I think that count back then was probably around 50. To see it at 250, that is huge. And I know some cities, especially in the mountain cities, they have put rules in place where only so many can be on a block. If you are, or some even have a lottery system. And if you don't act on those permits, you would lose your license. So there are things that we can do to really make sure that who's ever is renting their homes out for a short-term rental, that they be held accountable. Because another thing too, the reason why it came up way back then too, was people coming in and out at certain times, in the middle of the night. Things weren't clear, so they're knocking on the neighbor's door. Hey, do you know where the key is? Things like that. So I appreciate that and look forward to this coming back. So thank you for your presentation. Anybody, the council members want to weigh in on this? All right, seeing none. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
City Manager.
We got what we needed. I was just giving the thumbs up to council for that. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right, next is the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedure, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and a vote. Any council members may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion in a separate vote. Tonight, there are 5 items on the consent agenda. Do any council members wish to remove any items? I have, seeing none, I have 2, and I'm trying to find the numbers. Sorry about that. They have to do with our, hold on, let me get the. Number 4, I apologize for that. They are item number, resolution 2024-2023, no, I'm sorry. Resolution 2024-2026, and Resolution 2024-028. Okay. I need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. All right. Councilmember Teeter.
So move.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
All right. We have a first and a second. Any discussion? Okay. All right. Will the clerk read the title and take a roll call vote, please?
Minutes of the March 4th, 2024 regular meeting. Resolution 2024-023, a resolution authorizing award of a services agreement for mechanical rooftop unit replacements for Civic Center and Eagle Point Recreation Center. Ordinance 2570, an ordinance authorizing the lease of office space for the Sexual Assault Task Force with Adams County authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement and setting forth parameters and restrictions and providing for other related matters. Your vote is open.
Okay, that vote passes 8 with one excused absence. Appreciate that. All right, the two items. First one going to call up is Resolution 24-26, resolution authorizing amendment of a contract for non-irrigation landscaping maintenance service with Rubicon Contract LLC. My question on this, is this for multiple years or is it just for this year?
Thank you for that question, Mayor. The contract that you find is an increase from an existing contract that we have to provide the services for weed management and abatement of our own public properties during the growing months, as I call it, between May and October. It's our anticipation to go back out on the streets to solicit additional contractors, new contractors for the growing season in 2025. So it would be just for this year to make sure that we're meeting the level of service based off of what we've heard from the community.
Okay, I appreciate that. And if I may, the next item, 2024-028, applied property services, is that the same, under the same scope for 1 year?
Same contractual structure and the same expected hitting the streets again this I'll call fall timeframe.
Okay.
I would say, just for some additional context for council, we typically bring a discussion around our weed management program in the August-September timeframe. We would do the same as we've done in the past to talk about scope of services, the breadth of the level of management and activity that we're providing and how we're getting that done. No different. So I would just suspect there will be a much deeper conversation with you all when we get around that time in the coming months.
Okay. All right, any other council members have any questions to the, what do I take it off the table? Okay. All right. I need a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2024-2026 and Resolution 2024-028. Councilmember Dukes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2024-026.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
All right, I have a first and a second. City Clerk, read the title and take a roll call, please. Oh, sorry. Read the title and take a vote for it. Thank you.
Resolution 2024-026, a resolution authorizing amendment of a contract for non-irrigated landscape maintenance services with Rubicon Contracting LLC. And this is just a voice vote.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Okay, motion carries 8-1 absence. All right, on to public hearings. Z9.
We still need to read in the motion for the second resolution.
Sorry about that.
Shall I read the title?
Yes.
Motion and a second.
We need a motion first.
Yes, sorry about that.
Sorry.
I need a motion and a second. Councilmember Dukes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2024-028.
Yes. Councilmember Ford. All right, I have a first and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Okay, that motion carries 8 with 1 absence. All right. Public hearings. Z-990-24, a rezoning of property located at 6601 Carla Boulevard. I'd like to, let's see. Tonight's public hearing was continued from March 4th City Council meeting. I need a motion and a second to reopen the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter?
Second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passed 8 with 1 absence. I will remind council of the following. Only ask questions and gather facts, but not express opinion or indicate how you will vote. You will not be permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Only rely on facts to develop in this hearing in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. I will invite the city attorney to address the council.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and the evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, I will now reopen the public hearing and invite Dalton Guerrero, city planner, to introduce these items.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. My name is Dalton Guerra with the Commerce City Planning Division. We have a brief presentation for you tonight regarding the rezone request for 6601 Colorado Boulevard. A look at the current zoning. Again, a majority of the lot is existing as AG and a portion of it I1. The proposed zoning would be to change the entire lot to I2. The future land use plan does call for this property to be general industrial. On Tuesday, February 6th, the request was heard by the Planning Commission. There were no comments from the public, and the Planning Commission closed the public hearing and voted 4-0 to recommend approval to the City Council. On March 4th, it was in front of the City Council. One member of the public did speak in opposition to the zone change request, and then the City Council closed the public hearing and voted 9-0 to continue the case to the March 18th hearing. I want to also note that the findings from the Planning Commission have also been included in the packets for tonight, and that the findings and any decisions made on the request should be based on the zone change approval criteria as set forth in Section 213232 in the Land Development Code. That is our brief presentation. Any questions for staff, I'd be happy to answer.
All right, any council members have questions for staff? Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, thank you. You indicated that the vote was 9-0 to reschedule the hearing. I distinctly remember voting no on that, so that's misrepresenting what my vote was.
Understood. Thank you, Councilmember Douglas. That was a mistake on our part. It was 8-1. You're correct.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other council members? All right. We'll ask the applicant to do presentation.
Do I have a clicker? Thank you, sir. Oh.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Carolyn White, and I'm Land Use Counsel for the applicant for this rezoning case for 6601 Colorado Boulevard. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you again this evening. I want to start briefly. Where do I aim it? Very briefly, over before it started.
I can move it along for you if you need me to.
All right. Well,
Yeah. He'll control the.
okay, may I have the next slide? There we go. I just wanted to take a moment and introduce the team that is available to answer your questions tonight. Not everyone listed on this slide is necessarily going to speak, but I wanted to just briefly let you know we have with us the owner, Mike Miller. We have with us Jenny Romano and Brian Horan, the traffic engineer from Galloway, myself, and my colleague Angela High from the legal team. And so just so you've got everyone in front of you, and then we're all here to try to answer your questions. So as you know, we're here tonight asking you to approve a rezoning request from property that is zoned partially ag and partially I1 to I2. At the prior hearing, You heard our presentation, you saw our video, you took some testimony, and you asked several questions, some of which perhaps you didn't get sufficient information, which I think is what led to the continuance to tonight. So we want to start off by going right straight to that point and try to answer the questions that we saw that were hanging out there from the last hearing that perhaps you didn't get enough information about. So I'm just going to briefly run through those. And then we have a little presentation about traffic, which was one of the questions that got raised, and then a brief presentation about the criteria. So let me first start with this question about the intensity of industrial use. One question we heard at the prior hearing was, why did the application request zoning to I-2 instead of I-1? And the property owner did speak to this a little bit, but there's really two primary reasons for that. Could I have the next slide, please? So first of all, I-2 is consistent with your comprehensive plan. I-1 is not. Plain and simple. If you look at the future land use map in your comprehensive plan, can I have the next slide? I think it's on the next slide. No, go back, that's all right. Actually, I think it's slide 6. Sorry about that. We had to put these slides together very quickly. Could you go all the way to slide 6, please? One more. There we go. Okay. Comprehensive plan. So in your comprehensive plan, there is a table, and it identifies what all these colors mean. Obviously, purple is industrial, but specifically, the dark purple is listed in your comprehensive plan as indicating an intent that that property should be zoned either I-2 or I-3. The light purple indicates an intent that that property should be zoned I-1. I-2 was selected in part because it is more consistent with the comprehensive plan, since this property is colored in that dark purple denoting I-2 or I-1. Second, as the applicant did mention in the prior hearing to some degree, from a practical standpoint, the shape and the configuration of the site are not really conducive to most of the I-1 uses that one might potentially want to engage in this location. It's long and skinny from east to west, and it has a little bit of a flag on it, such that there's very, very minimal frontage, very narrow frontage along Colorado Boulevard, meaning that certain types of businesses that rely, for example, on visual cues for people to turn off of Colorado Boulevard and enter into that location, there would not be very much frontage that would be conducive to that type of business for a lot of I-1 customer-facing type of uses. Secondarily, because of that unique configuration, there's a real opportunity here to engage in I-2 uses in a way that absolutely minimizes potential impact on the vicinity and the neighborhood, including specifically the residential properties that are located across the street, both on Colorado Boulevard and on the other side of the railroad tracks. As noted in the staff report and in the video presentation, any outdoor storage that would occur on the lot, which outdoor storage is an allowed use in I-2, a lot of the discussion was about, hey, are we sure we want to have outdoor storage here? Any outdoor storage that would occur on the lot would be fully screened from view, not only of the residential properties located across the street, but also of passersby on Colorado Boulevard. In fact, I actually drove that property this afternoon, and anything that's on the site today is not visible from the street when you drive right past it. Another question that we heard was a question of how can we make this decision without knowing who the end user is going to be? Who is the end user going to be? How are we going to decide, what the impacts are going to be? At this time, it's simply not known, and that's not a requirement for a rezoning. The requirement for the rezoning is that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and it meets the other criteria in the code, which I'm going to go through here in a minute. Sometimes it happens that the end user is already known and you come in at the same time with the end user site plan and the rezoning, but we just don't happen to have that here. In fact, it's very difficult to market this property to a potential end user unless and until it is rezoned for an appropriate use, such as I-2. But regardless of which end user actually occupies this site, Commerce City has already decided that I-2 is appropriate for this site. You decided that when you adopted this comprehensive plan, and I know you're considering an updated version of the comprehensive plan, and this particular component does not change in the new comprehensive plan. It's designated as general industrial on the future land use map. The third issue was the residential uses. I did mention briefly on this, but I want to focus on it. One of the questions was, hey, why didn't you spend a lot of time in the presentation talking about the potential impact on the residential uses? And we probably could have emphasized that a little bit more in that prior presentation. But I would assure you that a great deal of thought was actually devoted to potential impact on the nearby residential uses, again, including those which are zoned I3, located along Colorado Boulevard, and those which are zoned R2, located across the railroad tracks across the street. And that is why, not only in the current configuration, but in the future proposed development plan, we are showing a proposal that fully screens from view any and all outdoor storage that might occur on the site. All of the outdoor storage would occur on the rear, according to the development plan, and there would be landscaping and a building blocking the view from the residential across the street. Could you actually go back to that one? Oop, that one, that's good. Another of the questions was, what are the setbacks in I-2? What are the setbacks going to be for whatever gets developed here? And a couple folks talked about, well, there'll be whatever the standard setbacks are in I-2. So just to make sure it's clear in the record and to answer your questions on that, front setback is a minimum of 20 feet, a maximum of 100 feet, meaning the building cannot be further than 100 feet back. So it has to be between 120 feet from the Colorado Boulevard frontage. The side setbacks are a minimum of 20 feet on both sides, no maximum, which, by the way, is another development constraint of this site because it's very long and narrow. Okay, thank you. And so when you take 20 feet on either side, that limits a little bit the development envelope of what can actually be built on the site. And the rear setback is a minimum of 25 feet. No building is allowed to be located less than 50 feet from the boundary of any residential zone district. Closest residential home is over 300 feet from the boundary of the site. So just to kind of give you an idea of the distance, whereas immediately adjacent on both sides, as you can see, we have I-2 zoned properties on the north, I-3 zoned properties on the south, and one I-1 zoned property on the north, which is actually being used for an I-2 use. Another question that was asked was, hey, do you have a support letter from the owner of the ditch, from FRICO? And there was some discussion about that, and it was stated that there was some general understanding that they had been consulted and they had consented to various things and that they had in fact supported. Let me state very clearly for the record that yes, they have submitted a support letter, and that support letter was sent directly to the planner, Mr. Guerra. And again, just to make the record crystal clear, I have brought some additional copies both for council and for staff and for any members of the public who would like to see it. And let me just mention, while that's being distributed, that in the 30-ish years that I have been doing this work, this is the first time I have ever seen a letter of support from any ditch company, much less FRICO. So this is really unusual and it should carry great weight. We heard additional questions about environmental issues. There were some questions about whether or not environmental analyses had been conducted at the site, whether or not there was any contamination from a landfill or from prior uses on the site. And the owner did mention a little bit about some of the environmental analyses that had been conducted. Both a Phase 1 and a Phase 2 environmental assessment have been conducted. Copies of those documents have been provided to staff. They are in the file. They're in the record. I don't know if they were in your packet, but the very clear conclusion of the Phase 2, the second level environmental analysis, was that it does not appear that the property has been significantly impacted by off-site landfill activities located to the north, and no further action was recommended. So clean bill of health on the environmental question. So I want to make sure that's very clear in the record. And then finally, several questions were raised about the traffic study. In a moment, I'm going to invite up Brian Horan from Galloway to answer those questions in more technical detail. But one of the important questions that was asked, and I believe this was raised by the member of the public who testified, was, hey, why didn't you study in your traffic study the intersection of Colorado and 68th north of the property? The traffic study did analyze that intersection, and Brian's going to tell you about what that analysis found here in a moment. The traffic study analyzed that intersection, the access off of Colorado Boulevard and the intersection immediately to the south at 64th and Colorado. And all that data is included in the traffic study. So with that, let me ask Brian to come to the podium and speak a little further about traffic, and then I'll come back and wrap up and speak a little bit about the criteria.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I'll go through sort of the process of the traffic study a little bit. I know not everybody likes to hear the details of traffic too much, but I know a lot of questions were raised, so I feel like this would be helpful. Just high level, the purpose of the traffic study is a comparative analysis. We look at what is existing and any improvements that might be in the area, and then overlay the rezoning on top of that to see what improvements may be needed for that rezoning to be successful in the area. And that's what the traffic study did. As was just mentioned, we look at those intersections that would be impacted by the rezoning. And for this particular project, that was identified as the intersection at 68th and the intersection at 64th, as well as the site accesses. So while we are trying to decide, okay, we have this rezoning, we're going to look at I-2, there's a number of uses that are permitted within that use, and there's a lot of uses that are available to us as traffic engineers to consider. The one that is selected is consistent with the zoning. It's general light industrial. We looked at other uses and found them to either not be feasible for the site for those setback issues or things of that, site constraint related things, or they were found to be not as intense of a use. We want to look at the most conservative look so that any use that comes in will be supported by whatever improvements are determined. The traffic study was submitted and we received comments. Originally, the traffic study was submitted and found that no improvements were needed to support this rezoning. Staff came back after a review, as is typical, and called out that Colorado Boulevard is a major collector, and because of that, there are certain designs, elements that Colorado Boulevard needs to have that it currently doesn't. For our project, that's left turn lanes into the site. So our site access was updated to include these left turn lanes and an additional 10 feet of right-of-way, I believe, so that Colorado Boulevard can be built out to a section that supports that major collector. You see this section sort of north of 72nd on Colorado Boulevard. It's rezonings like this and development that help build out these improvements so that Colorado Boulevard can be built to that appropriate section. We've heard testimony about how some of these roadways in the area are maybe under designed, or design has changed and they need to be upgraded. It's rezoning such as this that will further the build out of Colorado Boulevard. So that second submission of the traffic study went in and found that although those improvements have no sort of meaningful impact on site operations, it does build out the network, which is very important for this area. And the comparative analysis showed, and I can get into levels of service and delay and queues if that's interesting for you all, but showed that the rezoning has little to no impact on those existing conditions. So the results of that analysis are about the same as with or without the rezoning. I'm going to turn it over to Jenny Romano to talk about some of the other improvements for the project. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Again, my name is Jenny Romano. I'm a civil engineer with Galloway. So as alongside the rezone process, we worked closely with city staff, utility providers, and the Fraco Ditch Company to produce a development plan that would meet the code requirements within the I-2 zoning. The proposed improvements would significantly improve the property from what it sits on it now. This would include 2 access points off Colorado Boulevard, which would provide the proper vehicular and emergency circulation, adequate parking and pedestrian access to support the proposed use, utility improvements, which would include bringing in any utility service lines necessary to the building, but also provide a water main loop to add fire protection coverage for the property. We're also proposing a water quality and infiltration pond on the west side of the property to treat the stormwater on the site. But most notably, and let me get to this slide. Most notably, the site improvements include the screening and the landscaping around the perimeter of the property. So this represents our landscape plan. Really, the entire property would be contained within a privacy fence. All the perimeter except Colorado Boulevard, which, as Carolyn mentioned, is a very short stretch that includes our site access. But you can see how heavy that landscape is that really provides a significant amount of screening right along Colorado, except for our access points. In addition to the fence screening, along the remainder of the property, we have a significant amount of landscape that further screens the property. This moves over to the west portion. You see kind of that triangular section. That's where our infiltration pond is proposed. And the heavy amounts of trees that we're proposing, those are those larger symbols. We're proposing a mix of canopy, ornamental, and evergreen trees around the perimeter of the property. So that's about it on the site improvements. I'm going to turn it back over to Carolyn White to discuss the rezoning criteria.
1 second there. Did anybody have any questions for the road study, which is proposed? Councilmember Kim?
Go ahead. She can take it.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Your study shows heavy vehicle use on Colorado Boulevard. I'm picking up rolling 1 hour, 384. Am I misreading this? There aren't page numbers, so I can't take you to what I'm looking at.
Are you referencing in the traffic study?
Yeah, I'm looking at the traffic study itself. I'm in the appendix where I can look at the actual tables.
Oh, the traffic counts? Is there a particular intersection that you're looking at?
Well, I think one of the concerns is 68th in Colorado, because that is how kids get to school. Another is 64th, which is down by you. But what I'm seeing is that there are a lot of semi-trucks, heavy vehicles on Colorado Boulevard currently. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
This is not a traffic question, but thank you for the traffic. It's a question about this slide here with the screening. So based on what we read is that when we had the public outreach for the residents in the area, about 14 of the residents showed up, and they mentioned the screening as an important area, important requirement for this. And my question is this a part of the development plan that we're looking at, or is this just schematics of what it will be?
No, it is part of the development plan. So our proposed site plan calls out that perimeter screening, fence screening around the property, and it includes the landscape plan. So that is a part of our development plan.
Thank you, and thank you for meeting the residents when they brought this up as a concern, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
I had a question there. On this here, it shows the landscaping, but back in the area where the pond, there is a easement for the pipeline to Suncor?
Correct. Or you're just asking what that easement's for?
Right, because I thought you couldn't do anything on top or within 30 feet on both sides of that pipeline.
So the easement is actually, all of our landscape proposed is outside of the FRICO ditch easement. We would be providing them, and this plan, it's hard to see. Let me look at this, our site plan here. So we would be providing a, hold on, let me see how we have it called out. We would be providing a dedicated maintenance easement for FRICO's maintenance, and we're providing them with all that access alongside the ditch. We worked very, very hard with FRICO to meet all of their requirements so that they do have proper maintenance access to their ditch.
Okay. But
Can I just add-
there's also a
Yeah.
pipeline from Suncor that goes through your property as well in the back. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor. Carolyn White, just kind of interjecting here because I have the information from the property owner that they had consulted with Suncor, and Suncor has approved this, this landscape plan in this location. What is being planted in the immediate vicinity of the easement is mostly native grasses, which they are very comfortable with.
Okay. Can you give me the distance from the pipeline on both sides that you have to?
I
comply with?
can, if you give me a minute.
Okay, appreciate that.
You bet.
Yeah, that pipeline easement, you can see it called out here, runs along the south portion of the property.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm looking on the traffic study, it shows a map that shows the pipeline area in the back.
I'm not sure I can give it in precise dimensions, Mayor. Oh, for the record again, Carolyn White. But what I would say is that the pipeline itself is not located on the property. It's south of the property line, right? The easement, of course, takes more space than they need so that you have so much distance on either side. And if you see there's a dashed line just north of the row of landscaping, that's where there's currently a road, an access road. And that's about where the edge of the easement is to that dashed line right there.
All right, looks like that's Monroe Street. Okay, appreciate that, thank you.
Certainly. Any more questions for Jenny or Brian? Of course, they're available to come up after the presentation if you'd like to ask them further questions. I do
Councilmember
have
Douglas?
one. Oh, go ahead.
Yes, I'm looking at page 15 in the traffic report, and it's a table, and I have no idea how to read this.
I bet I don't either, but let's ask Brian.
Appreciate it.
So the table that you're looking at is the level of service table. So I can explain level of service if that's helpful. Basically, we do an analysis and find out the average delay for vehicles at intersections, and then we rate it on an A to F scale. The goal is to have level of service D or anything better. When we get into levels of service E and F, that's when we start to look at improvements. So the table that you're looking at shows the intersections in the study area and each approach. So for instance, our current site access operates at level of service B, and that number is seconds of delay per vehicle. So it's 12.4 in both the morning and the afternoon. So we take that information and put the rezoning on top of it and see how those numbers change so we can identify improvements. So the table you're looking at
So
is the
those are the
existing.
number of seconds delayed to turn right or left onto Colorado Boulevard during, what are considered your peak hours?
So it's, we went out and did the counts, so it's the peak hour that we counted. So it's the peak hour of the network.
Okay, and I saw somewhere in the study, and I cannot seem to locate it again. It was either in the council communication or the Well, it was in one of the documents that is is part of the record as presented, but it said the traffic study was done on a Thursday for one day in what year? 2022, is that correct?
I'd have to look. So it's probably a reference to when the counts were collected.
Right.
Standard industry practice is that we pick a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday that's representative of typical traffic conditions. And then sometimes adjustments are made due to extenuating circumstances, things like that. But the counts were conducted in a manner that's consistent with locality code and national best practice.
And are you aware of the fact that there are 2 apartment complexes that are slated to be on Colorado Boulevard? Multi-unit residential?
When the study was done, we include any background traffic that is approved and funded so that we know it's like real traffic on the ground. There is an element of growth that we incorporate into there to account for developments that we might not be aware of at the time. But we try to take a very conservative approach, both with when we do the counts, the background traffic we put in there, the growth we apply, things like that, the land use that we pick, to provide the most conservative analysis possible.
And you are aware of the location of the elementary school that's on 68th?
Correct, yes.
And then your drainage pond, are you able to answer questions on that?
Jenny might be able to. Thank you.
So this kind of coincides with the fact that there are going to be many more children in this neighborhood. How often do you expect that drainage pond to fill up? How long do you anticipate that it's going to take to drain it? How accessible will that be? And I understand the canal is right there. I'm very concerned about those apartment buildings going in, but they are going in. The reality is they are going in. So I want to know about this drainage pond. Now, I understand you have to have drainage. Have you considered the safety impacts that might create for the residents?
Yeah, so to meet the drainage requirements for any improvements, we have to provide, make sure that the site provides detention and water quality up to the 100-year stormwater event. And so the challenge with this site is that there is no storm infrastructure in the area, and we are adjacent to the O'Brien Canal. Historically, the site drains from east to west, so naturally that's our detention pond needs to be on the west portion of the property. Because there's no storm infrastructure to tie into and we want to prevent anything from entering that canal, we are proposing an infiltration pond. And so that it's not a retention pond. A retention pond would mean that there's always water in that pond, and that's not what we're proposing. We're proposing for the stormwater to enter that pond be treated by infiltrating into the ground at a rate of 50 inches per hour. Again, we work.
I'm sorry, you said 50 inches per hour?
50 inches per hour.
50?
Yeah.
50?
Yeah. And, you know, we went above and beyond just to work with all of FRICO Ditch's concerns with ensuring that no contaminants would enter that canal. So we did thorough seepage testing to understand that infiltration, and we are additionally providing an underground barrier that really focuses that infiltration down and not out towards the canal.
And this would be behind the proposed storage
Yes, this is as far west, as far away from Colorado Avenue as it can be.
and they have no idea what could possibly be stored outdoors there.
Yeah, only, it would only be what's allowed within the I-2 zoning would be stored there.
And because of the pipeline that's going through there, that drainage pond cannot be fenced off, is that correct?
I wouldn't say that necessarily. That's something that we could consider. One of the requirements of a stormwater pond is to provide maintenance access. So we would need to ensure that there's still,
Would there be consideration of putting in a sewer system to eliminate the need for a drainage pond?
that would not eliminate the need for a drainage pond. Regardless, we would have to provide, if there was storm sewer in the area, instead of being an infiltration pond, it would be a detention pond.
I would like to clarify, if I might, just one statement, and that is there is no pipeline running through there. The pipeline is south of the property line,
Right.
adjacent to the property, but it's not running through the drainage pond area.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
just wanted to make
I
sure you're
was.
clear on that.
Yeah, I was, thank you. I was just thinking about the easement access that needs to be provided. I don't have any other questions at this time.
Shall we conclude our presentation? I have just a few more moments.
Okay, Councilmember Chacon?
Hello, you said you did environmental impacts. Did you do any traffic congestion studies? Because it just says underground background future between 2024 to 2044 traffic conditions. Without the development of the subject site, delays would increase slightly at study intersections due to regional traffic growth. We already know that the region's going to have 2 apartment complexes. It already has a school. Did you do any type of traffic congestion that you'll be adding, that your site might be adding more to?
I apologize, Counselor, I'm having trouble hearing the question. Would you mind repeating it, please?
Yes, did you do any type of traffic congestion studies that you might be contributing to in the space?
Traffic congestion studies.
Yes.
I think that would be the same thing as the traffic study that we're referring to, or are you referring to something different?
To air pollutants in the space too, because
Air
it's already a
quality.
yeah.
Air quality that might be associated with traffic congestion.
Yes.
Not as a separate study, but what I might do, if it's all right, is ask Brian to come back to the podium, because in response to Councilor Noble's question, he just was looking up one of the tables, and as you will see, the total number of trucks that are going to be passing through, in particular that intersection at 68th and Colorado, is very, very small. So that might answer your question. I think it would be clear that it would not generate the need for an air quality study for a project of this magnitude.
Sure, I can provide a little more detail to that. So that type of study may be requested for a specific use or a project of a larger scope. One thing that we do look at and is provided in the study is the ADTs of the roadway. So maybe this is touching on what you're looking at, but the amount of volume that will be within those corridors, and there's certain thresholds that are acceptable for different classifications of roadway, and reviewing the numbers, and staff has reviewed these as well, as those are the numbers. The future numbers are within the acceptable limit of that roadway class.
I'm just concerned because it's already a disproportionately impacted community and there is a school at the end of 68th. Is the owner interested in expanding public safety, walkways, things in that nature too? Because it's not just the physical congestion, but it is the air pollution, and given that there's already cumulative impacts and more traffic that of course the owner's not responsible for, but it will be cumulatively contributing to, will the owner be interested in working with the community in that way?
I'll let the owner or representative speak.
I'll try to address that as best I can. I'll just mention that, and maybe we have an aerial photograph that we could pull up, but at present, there are no sidewalks in the vicinity, north and south, all up and down Colorado Boulevard.
Exactly.
If requested, the owner would be willing to work with the city as part of the development plan, which isn't the rezoning that's before you, it's this plan right here that's under review by staff right now, to potentially add a sidewalk along their own frontage. And someday, as other properties in the vicinity develop, perhaps all of them would add a sidewalk, and eventually you would have a contiguous sidewalk going from point A to point B or from the school to other places. But at present, there's no sidewalk to connect to, and it isn't part of the requirement.
I am concerned about pedestrian traffic with the school so close and with housing being so close. I know the owner's not necessarily having to be responsible for all of that, but it's just contributing more to it that's going to harm more of the community residents too right now at
Yes.
this time.
I understand. Well, that's something the owner is willing to talk about, and if council wants to consider that and staff wants to consider that as part of the development plan, they'd be open to that dialogue. As you could see on this plan, we've already shown a considerable right-of-way dedication to the city for future improvements for widening Colorado Boulevard, and that also includes a significant amount of area dedicated to landscape space.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to, so you got a few more slides you want to finish? Sorry about that.
If I may, thank you for the opportunity to wrap up here. Whoops. Oh, what did that do? Okay, I just wanted to briefly run through the criteria here. And then I'll conclude, and of course, still, if you have additional questions, the team is available to answer them. So just a quick reminder here, the question before you tonight is not, is this property appropriate for industrial use? You've already decided that when you adopted the comprehensive plan. In fact, it's not even, is it appropriate for I-2 zoning, because you've already decided that. The question is, have we demonstrated that it meets the criteria in the code for a rezoning such that a rezoning is appropriate at this time with this proposal? And that's what I want to run through for you really quickly now, what those criteria are. It's covered in the staff report, but I want to add just a couple of things that aren't emphasized in the staff report. First of all, for a rezoning in Commerce City, your code says it's either correcting a mistake or it meets the 6 rezoning criteria. All the analysis and discussion so far has focused on the 6 rezoning criteria, and I'll speak about those in a minute because we do meet all of them. But there hasn't been a lot of discussion about mistake, and the staff report doesn't address it. And I just want to say a little bit about that, because here's the thing. Right now, today, this property is zoned partially ag, as you can see, and partially I-1, and then another piece of it is also zoned ag. And if I may just point out this line right here in between the ag zoning and the I-1 zoning, that is not a property line. The zoning line cuts right through the middle of the property. There are only 2 parcels here, the little square ag parcel and then the whole big parcel that's split in half by that zoning line. That condition is actually not allowed under your zoning code today. It says that a zoning lot line, a zoning division line, has to align with either a property line or a center line of a roadway. And looking back in past history, maybe, who knows why it happened the way that it happened. I understand that the former owner had submitted an application for rezoning and also submitted an application for subdivision at the same time. The rezoning got approved, the subdivision got withdrawn, and so that lot line was never drawn in that location. But the fact remains that right now today on this property, we have a zoning line that splits the property and it doesn't correspond to a property line, which means this property is not developable under your code today, either for ag uses or I-1 uses or for any use until it is rezoned. And the only rezoning that makes sense is the one that it says in your comp plan that you want, which is I-2 or I-3. And this property owner elected to propose I-2 instead of I-3 because I-2 would be a good transition from the I-3 to the south to the I-2 to the north, while still respecting those other residential properties across on Colorado Boulevard and across the railroad tracks, 300 and some feet away. So I just, even if you agree that that was a mistake at some point in time, that's the only criteria that needs to be met. And in our view, that is a mistake, and it's a condition that ought not to exist today, and it has been met. But it also meets the other 6 criteria, even if there is no mistake. And so let me just speak to those for a moment. Okay. So the first one is consistent with the policies and goals of the comprehensive plan. So we've talked a lot about the future land use map. I've showed you this picture several times. The future land use map is not the only thing in the comprehensive plan, right? The comprehensive plan also sets forth a number of goals and policies that the overall planning and that the city has said that they're seeking to achieve within the comprehensive plan. The staff report lists 10 specific goals in the comprehensive plan that this rezoning would achieve, and I'm not going to repeat them all here, but many of them have to do with things like attracting investment, targeting certain industries, honoring the industrial heritage of the community, finding industrial investment to locate proximate to other existing industrial corridors. And so all of those goals would be furthered by this rezoning to I-2. Additionally, this proposed rezoning is compatible with your economic development strategic plan, which talks about things like building strong industry clusters, and it talks about certain targeted areas, including logistics and distribution, which this is a site that does make a lot of sense for a potential logistics and distribution site. That's one of the potential uses that could be allowed in I-2. So therefore, this criterion about meeting the comprehensive plan is clearly met, both in terms of the future land use map and advancing the goals of the comprehensive plan. The next criterion has to do with being compatible with proposed development, surrounding land uses, and the natural environment. And we've already talked at some length about the compatibility, but just looking at this map, you can see up and down this corridor, certainly on the west side of Colorado Boulevard, it is all industrial uses. It is highly compatible with all of the uses immediately adjacent to it. And it is buffered from and protected from the view of other uses that are not industrial across the way. As we mentioned, development techniques can screen and protect those residential uses, things like buffering, screening, and we are proposing to do all of those things, in fact, to go above and beyond in doing all of those things, as shown in the development plan that Jenny Romano showed you earlier. Therefore, the proposed rezoning is compatible with the surrounding uses and proposed uses and zoning, and that criterion is met. The proposed zone district will have efficient public services and public uses. So this is a criterion that talks about things like, is it going to provide easements for utilities? Is it going to provide right-of-way dedication for road expansion, which we've already explained that it is? And in particular, I think Jenny mentioned this earlier, one of the things that this development is going to do is to install a fire loop, which doesn't exist in this location. That's a very important public service that will benefit not only this property, but nearby adjacent properties. Also, there will be a new turn lane coming off of Colorado Boulevard, as well as right-of-way dedication for the city. So that criterion is definitely met. The fourth criterion, I don't have a slide for each and every one, is the proposed zone district will have or future development can provide efficient and adequate provision of public uses, including but not limited to parks, schools, open space, et cetera. In this particular case, for an industrial development, it's not required in the code or envisioned that you would have a dedication of parkland. You probably don't want parkland right on this space, as we were just talking about the infiltration pond, but rather this development will be obligated to pay the impact fees for those things in your code, and therefore will be contributing appropriately to those public services. The fifth criterion is there is a community need for the zoning district in the proposed location, given the need to provide or maintain a proper mix of uses both within the city and the immediate area. So I read that whole thing because it's more than just community need. It's given the fact that you want to provide a proper mix of uses both within the city and the immediate area of the proposed use. So as has already been mentioned several times, the comprehensive plan has identified that there is a community need for industrial uses in this area and has designated this property to be one of those uses in the future. Additionally, this property is currently underutilized, deeply underutilized. It's largely vacant, it's mostly undeveloped, and as mentioned, all of these things like the fire loop, like the installation of the turn lane, all of those things aren't present and would definitely improve the situation, not just for this property, but in the immediate vicinity. Also, development of the site will create jobs, increase tax revenue, just improve and catalyze investment in this particular area. If this property is not rezoned, there is no realistic way to redevelop it, as I pointed out a moment ago. Therefore, the rezoning is required in order to allow redevelopment of this property, and there is a community need for this rezoning. And then finally, the area has changed or is changing to such a degree that it is in the public interest to allow a new use or density. In the prior hearing, and I didn't repeat it tonight, but you remember from the video, there was a little bit of a discussion of the history of this property. 100 years ago, it was a pig farm. Then it evolved into the industrial use that was on the property when our client bought it. And now the client wishes to bring it into the next stage of what the future of this area could be. And that is a modern, new, very improved, very heavily landscaped, very high-quality industrial building that will allow and encourage and invite I-2 uses in this location. That is in the public interest, to allow a new use or a new density in this location. The site is primarily zoned ag. There are virtually no industrial or investment or economic development type uses. I shouldn't say virtually no, there are very few uses that could be engaged in within that ag zoning, particularly in light of the fact that you have this split zoning on the parcel that makes construction of any improvements very, very difficult, if not just outright not allowed under the code. So this area has changed. We want it to go from what it was to what it could be. Therefore, the rezoning meets this criterion. Therefore, it meets all of the criteria in the code for a rezoning. We ask for your approval, and also happy to answer any further questions that you have as this hearing progresses. Thank you very much for your time and attention to our application.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Ms. White, could you go to extra slides, please? And keep going to, I think it's the second one. Oh, there it is. Go back. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. These read to me, many of these read to me as businesses for flex type of industrial as opposed to heavy industrial, which is, I think, the concern of the residents that they would have more of these heavy semis on Colorado Boulevard. So my question is, I don't know whether it is to, well, Mr. Guerra, do you know whether I-1 or I-2 allows flex? Because I found this intriguing as opposed to the high, the obvious semi-truck kind of businesses.
I'll let staff answer the question, but just since we created this slide, I want you to know that we took this list straight from the list of uses that are allowed in I-2.
Thank you for your question, Councilmember. The uses allowed in I-2, unclear if flex space is called out specifically as allowed in I-2, but the main difference between I-3 and I-2 is that much, much heavier and much more intense uses are allowed in I-3, such as landfills and much heavier use industrial. And so anything within the land use table, though, within the land development code that's allowed under I-2 by right would be allowed on this property if the zoning were approved.
Okay, so office flex would be.
That's correct. If it's in the land use table as a permitted use, it would be allowed in I-2.
Okay, well, Ms. White is saying that this slide is from our development code.
Correct.
Okay, so we're good on that.
Yes.
Okay, then the other question for you, Mr. Guerra, is do development plans typically get worked on before the zoning change has been approved?
It's very common for it to be running concurrently with the zoning. However, it cannot be approved until a zoning is approved.
Okay, so if there was any question as to what the use was going to be under that zoning, which would be applicable in the development plan, is that administrative review, or does that come back to the city council?
Development plans are approved administratively.
Okay. That's a challenge, isn't it?
Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much for the thoroughness of this actual presentation. I guess my question for you, actually probably for the owner itself, if this does get approved and if this goes all the way through, I guess what is the idea as far as approximately timeframe wise is when you would actually have an infrastructure in place, whether it's what's presented in the slides or whatever the case be? I'm just curious to know when you think that build out would actually occur, timeframe.
Counselor, if it's okay with you, I'll go ahead and answer, because I asked the owner
Sure,
that exact
let's do
question
it.
right before this hearing.
Okay.
Said, let's assume this gets approved. What's the plan? What's going to happen? And,
Yeah.
how quickly are we going to move? And so, I think you're aware, but just to reiterate, the development plan is into staff for administrative review. The plat is also in, at least the original, the preliminary plat is submitted for initial review. And the owner told me today that it is his plan, as soon as those things are approved, to immediately proceed to seek and market and secure a tenant, and then proceed to develop this property as quickly as possible. Now, is that 12 months? Is it 18 months before something's in the ground? A lot of that depends on the market. But it's as soon as we possibly can, pending approval by the city of all of the other approvals that are required.
So I guess the way I'm understanding it is that you're going to want to market to potential prospects to get someone there. In addition to that, once you do that, then you'll put a shovel in the ground to make that building happen. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm looking at him because I know
I know,
he's
but
the
he's
owner,
not at the
but I also
microphone, so I'll
understand
repeat
that.
it. That is correct.
My question to the city manager, Mr. Rogers, my question to you is regarding the Colorado Boulevard. We know how, I'll just say it, crappy Colorado Boulevard is. We know that, understanding based on from the applicant that the Colorado Boulevard is okay and suitable, right, for the current conditions it is. But we also know that there are some major improvements that must occur to include adding additional safety parameters as well. Obviously, we talked about, with school kids going up and down, not saying that whoever you have is going to cause a problem, but I'm just saying overall that I think that that is a general concern as far as the schools are concerned that's around there. So, Mr. Rogers, when, I guess my main question to you and the staff is truly, when do you envision those improvements, including the safety and the multimodal, the whole multimodal area will be complete, or when will it start?
Thank you for that, sir. Just to kind of give some existing context of what's already been done, and it's already on the ground. There are multimodal and bike lane improvements that exist for Colorado between 72nd Avenue and 70th Avenue. We're currently in the process that'll begin, I would say, more than likely next month, that would extend those improvements currently on the ground between 70th Avenue to 68th Avenue, which would take approximately 6 months of construction to put those in. Similarly, given that there's been discussion about activity along 68th Avenue with where we have Alsop, and obviously the connectivity along that portion, there are also planned improvements in coordination with CDOT for providing wider sidewalks and multimodal improvements for that stretch between Brighton Boulevard and Colorado Boulevard, for increasing the pedestrian safety and connectivity along that. So both of those improvements are planned. One will begin construction in April with a 6-month time frame to delivery. I do not have an estimate on when we would begin the construction work along 68th Avenue, given that we just signed a contract with CDOT for our portion of the funding and theirs as well. So I could say that we'll see some initiation later this year for those improvements as well.
Copy. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I did want to also point out, it had been mentioned that this was an important project for economic development, but as we learned over the weekend when we were having our retreat that involved development, warehouses do not necessarily contribute to Commerce City's positive economic development. There is a multiplier effect of 1. Other businesses have a far higher multiplier effect, which would, of course, include things like take some of these small businesses and all put them together in a series of different spaces. That would actually contribute to Commerce City's bottom line and to the community as well. So I hope that going forward that when the staff is working on development plans, that they keep that in mind, that warehouses are not necessarily the be-all to end-all, even though we have far more warehouses than any other area in the region. We do have other ways of improving economic development in this area and also improving the quality of life of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question for our city planner, Mr. Guerra. So my understanding, just check for understanding, is this proposal meets all the criteria set forth in our land development code, right? And it meets our comp plan as approved. And this is the prior comp plan that was approved. And is that correct?
That's correct.
And then when we mentioned the school, was the school there when the prior comp plan was approved?
I am not personally aware if the school is there or not. I've only been at the city for about 2 years. I'll defer to Jason,
Thank you
our
about
city
that.
manager, who's got more experience than me.
Thank you, sir. I'd have to, let me put it this way. The comp plan that we currently have established has been in place since 2010.
Okay, so the school is there.
So the school is obviously most recently constructed. I can't speak to the year, but let's say it's been within the last 5 to 7 years. So obviously the school came after what we've had in place with respect to what was anticipated for development.
Okay, okay. The other question actually for you, City Manager Rogers, in terms of, during our last meeting, I asked about our ability to capture emissions, car emissions, and I was informed that we don't do that as a city yet, have a strategy to really track car emissions. We do oil and gas, but not necessarily the tracking of emissions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so while I think it's important, I think that's something we probably have to chat about as we think about a strategy. But right now, you know, we don't do that as a city. But yeah, those are my biggest questions. So thank you.
Councilmember Chacon.
I have a couple questions and then just a couple comments. This is the 270 Industrial District in our comprehensive plan, correct?
I would say it's what's proposed as part of the comprehensive plan update that hasn't been adopted as the industrial 270 district. Within our existing comp plan, we have it identified in what I would call, from a planning context, a traditional land use designation of general industrial, which then identifies within that a general description of what is the expectation for primary uses and the allowance for secondary uses to go within that, which then also identifies what is the appropriate zoning that could be levied on a piece of property.
I'm concerned just given that in our comprehensive plan, we have that the main areas or points of special consideration is Suncor, and secondary uses for this land can be office, commercial, or retail, but right now it's primary uses of industrial, warehousing, utility, as was mentioned before. I know that we work in land use, but That's specifically an unattainment space for our air quality. So granted that that's already a disproportionately impacted community, just being mindful about how we're striving for a quality community for a lifetime. And even in our comprehensive plan, it says, given the freight traffic, visual impact, noise, and environmental impacts generated by heavy industrial uses in the 270 district, it should be constrained to its existing established boundaries and not expanded to adjacent area. Priority should be on buffering the area from adjacent land uses, especially industrial uses about existing residential areas. That's a disproportionately impacted community. And also, the character area should incorporate new employment over use. I don't know how another industrial space, if it doesn't incorporate more commercialized spaces, is going to do that if it's not a flex area.
And I would agree with you, ma'am, based on what you read. The limiting factor is that we do not have that comprehensive plan update adopted and in place for us to utilize as part of our reviewing criteria. So until such time, we have to rely upon the existing comp plan adopted in 2010. And in that, we then have to look at what is the identified land use categories, the characteristics, the primary uses, the secondary uses, and then what the related zoning that is appropriate to that land use designation. And that is a primary driver when we're thinking about how it also then aligns with the various criteria adopted within the Land Development Code to establish consistency and suitability of the request before council. So, like I said, I would say what you're reading would hold greater weight for staff if there was an action taken by council to adopt that. Since there is not, then we are going back to what it was in 2010. And once again, you can find what is the driving force for that on page 40 of that document, and that's where we have to hang our hat as staff.
Would I-2 help in buffering and providing a compatible transition to neighborhoods and commercial areas by zoning it to I-2 in that space?
While I used to be a planner in a former life, I think it'd be responsible for the project planner to provide his input and assessment of their analysis as to that transition of land use.
Thank you for your question. To answer the question about compatibility and buffering to adjacent land uses, if you could see in some of the photos that were up there, the maps with the zoning to the north being I-2 and to the south being I-3, staff felt that it was appropriate for this parcel to become I-2, to transition from the I-3 to the I-2. And as far as the residential to the east, those homes have been there for a very long time, and so has the industrial land that's been zoned for industrial for the same amount of time. And so to zone this property to I-2, staff did feel it was appropriate and compatible with the surrounding area.
I asked, did we just work with awareness? Again, we don't do air permitting. We're a local municipality, that it is an unattainable zone specifically within that 270 district according to EnviroScreen and CDPHE. So I don't know how you can involve that in your studies or how we can be mindful about that so that we're not contributing to cumulative impacts for residents too, but also able to still meet their resource need for local workforce and business development. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. I still have some more questions on the drainage pond. So,
For the applicant?
yes, please. Well, I don't know, the city may be able to answer these
Councilmember Douglas,
They're
we do have engineering staff here from the city if you would like to
Okay.
ask a question.
So I heard 50 inches, which is a little over 4 feet, but it was per a time allotment. What was that time? Was
Per
it a min-
hour.
Per hour. Okay, and how deep is the pond?
That's a good question. I can look at my grading plan really quick and tell you. It appears to be, we're about 10 feet deep,
10 feet.
8 to 10 feet.
And I know I asked this earlier, and you may have answered it, and I just didn't catch it, but if that were to fill up, how much time is anticipated for it to drain?
And I don't have our drainage report with us, but for like a detention pond, the typical amount of time to drain a pond is 72 hours to drain the 100-year. I would need to confirm for this infiltration how much time that is, but I would imagine it's similar to that 72-hour mark.
And you're not expecting to have a pump or anything like that?
Thank you.
We have the drainage report. Give us just a second.
No, we are not.
Yeah, because there would be no place to pump it because you can't
Correct.
put it in the canal.
And I just want to further clarify that, what we provided with the development plan is a preliminary drainage report. Typically so we don't even, our full design of that pond would be provided with our civil construction documents when we provide a final drainage report, which would include all of the calculations to show how that stormwater runoff would be treated and that amount of time it would be to drain the pond. I don't think we necessarily have that in here other than that 50 inches per hour rate.
Thank you.
Anything else on the drainage? Okay.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for our city planner and then just a comment. In the notes, it says rezoning brings us to the split zone into conformance. Is that the mistake that was mentioned earlier in terms of the property line and everything? Is that reference to that mistake that was made?
That's correct, yeah. In 2016, thank you for your question. In 2016, the rezone for that portion of the property was approved, and there was a concurrent subdivision plat being processed. And based on the records from that time, the subdivision was withdrawn, but the rezoning had already been approved. And
So this will correct that mistake?
That is correct.
Thank you. And then one comment, I just want to, I don't know if it's second, but just piggyback on Mayor Pro Tem's comment around these, in our staff retreat, we talked about opportunities. I know this is out of our control as a council, but it would be great to work to see how do we have more primary jobs and opportunities that help our community. And so as you're going through that process, just keep that in mind as we really look to provide economic development across the city.
Any more questions from council? Okay. I had a couple questions here. One is for staff, Dalton. As far as Colorado being built out and Colorado actually comes to a point with Brighton Boulevard, how far down will Colorado be constructed as far as future widening or maintaining that's going to have or sidewalks, bike lanes? Because when this traffic study, it shows bikes, it shows heavy vehicles, and it only shows 2 times that they really actually looked at traffic, not all day traffic, because there's also, in between those times, there's trucks that go through as well. So what is the potential build out of 70 like in the next 5 years?
Yeah. Thank you for your question, Mayor.
Colorado.
That's okay, I understand. Thank you for your question. I think it's a question that's more appropriate for our engineering staff. I believe they are present here tonight if you'd like to ask that question to them.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Engineering staff is not here tonight, so I will do my best to power through this. So we are building improvements from 68th to 70th now. 70th to 72nd were built previously. Those are sidewalks, bike lanes on both sides of the street. We don't have plans right now further down to expand Colorado, but we do have a transportation master plan, which we are initiating in the next month or so. That will have a huge public outreach component and a huge involvement on improvements and looking at improvements in this area and in this vicinity. As Mr. Rogers mentioned earlier, we are also doing a multimodal study on 68th. So the TMP will tie that into Colorado as well. So nothing concrete right now, but the TMP should give us more direction very soon.
Okay, and one more question. I know we talked about it on Saturday, but as far as the maintenance and operation or overall control of Colorado, is it the cities from where Brighton Boulevard to the south come to a point all the way up Colorado to 74th? Is that the city's responsibility?
It's my understanding that it is, and it's my understanding that it has been since 1979.
Okay, all right, appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure.
Had a question for the attorney? Yeah. Or since you gave the.
Applicant's attorney or
Sorry,
your attorney?
applicant attorney, since you gave the presentation.
Yes, Mayor.
There's two diagrams. And the last time this was here 2 weeks ago, we only had one picture in the presentation. This time it came back and showed a different picture.
Which one are you talking about?
This one right here. I can think one more back. Several back, sorry. No, one more. Okay, good, one more. It's at the beginning, I believe.
That one.
No, one more. Right there. So that's different from the one that was presented to us 2 weeks ago. This one here shows kind of like light-duty vans instead of heavy-duty trucks, which would be more favorable as far as, I think our residents would really like a product like this if it was medium-sized vehicles instead of heavy-duty. And, I mean, I thought maybe that's why it was brought back in this manner, was to say, hey, we got another option here. So to me, this is something that I would love to see our industrial area look like, because when I look at the new complex that's going to be hopefully approved later on this year, it does indicate that secondary would be more of an office flex and incubators, perfect for like breweries and all that. This is ideal right here. I really like this. This is a great product. And if that's something the owner be interested in, that's a lot different from before. And then, because I would have been, my ask would have been, if it's not, that it's only right in, right out of that portion of building. If you had bigger trucks, they could only go right in, right out. No northern entrance into your area for big trucks. Because that's the whole thing. Because what happens is we have drivers that they get paid by time. So they're going to cut areas. They're going to cut down 64, 68th for sure, right by a school zone. And then I looked up the school. That property there was built back in 1871 as a one-room schoolhouse. And then later on, there's additions from 1899 to 1907. And then later on, that Adams City High School was built over there. 2009, Adams City High School closed down, and now we have Adams City High School down here in Quebec in 72nd. So that got replaced, so that was moved. And within the last 3 years, an elementary school was built. So there's always been a school there. And that's why there's homes there. And it used to be where it was walkable. If you lived in the neighborhood, you walked to school. You weren't bused. So I just want to clarify that. I just want to bring up this picture here, because this is what we're looking for in that area. This is what could be a catalyst for that whole area when it comes to building for the future, because we don't want more industrial-looking big buildings and trucks coming through. We want to try to calm that road down by, look at Rhino, how that's changed. You don't see a lot of big trucks going through there. You see a lot of vehicles like this. So I'm going to quit ranting here.
So the question is this a different picture, and why didn't you show it last time?
Because this wasn't part of your presentation last time.
It is, and this picture was in there in the video, but it moved kind of fast. And the reason we did the video is to put all this information that we're explaining tonight in the most concise form possible. This 3D rendering was done by Galloway, and it's an exact 3D rendering of what is on the plat.
The line drawing.
that you guys saw.
Okay.
The second 3D rendering was a potential tenant who they actually are in Commerce City, but they're the largest purveyors of industrial equipment in the United States. And that was from a site plan. We have construction drawings. They were going to put something off of Jordan Road, I think, in Denver's. And then that was repurposed for our site. But we're since not talking to those people, but it's just two different versions of the same thing. This one is just less office heavy. And then also what's not included in this picture, what's very important to understand is that if this showed the fencing and the landscaping that we intend to put, you wouldn't see the back of the building. But that wouldn't make a very good picture because it would be a big fence. So you wouldn't see anything, you wouldn't even see those dock doors anyway. It would just be the office portion, the sidewalk.
Right.
But if you look at how the outlines of the curbs and all that stuff, and you match those up with the line drawing, this is what we intend.
Yeah, and the vehicles that are shown in the parking lot are like representative of, employee parking, right?
No,
Or
it's the-
customer parking.
Well, it's the ones at the dock door.
You're talking about the ones at the dock door?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So.
Exactly. I appreciate that.
Further questions for us?
Yes, Councilmember Douglas?
I was just going to ask about the change in this picture. I mean, the addition of this picture as well in this particular presentation. And there are the dock doors, and I'm just really questioning your traffic report. And I just have to, but just to see the dock doors still there adds to, whether I find that your traffic report is reflective of actuality, but that is not a question, but I did wonder why this was added in, and it wasn't in there last time. But I guess it was in the video. Thank you.
Well, if I may just say something about this picture, this is illustrative, right? The application before you is not to build this building right here, right? We have a development plan, and this is a rendering of what that development plan could look like if it gets approved. But the question before you is the zoning question to I-2. This is an example of one thing that could be built in I-2.
Thank you, appreciate that. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I just wanted to make one other comment, is that it has been discussed at the city council before in the early stages of my first term, and that was to not have any more warehouses across from residences. We did a count, this city did a count at the time to see how many places that had occurred, and to see that this is likely to happen again is disappointing. I wish that we could get away from this. There needs to be a will. It's not a political will on our part. I think we have the will. We need everybody who makes these decisions to be part of that will as well. Thank you.
All right, seeing no more, City Clerk, is there anyone in the audience to register to testify?
Yes, our first person to speak will be Jackie Valdez.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening to me, council and city. I've heard quite a bit tonight, and it kind of disturbs me that I've counted on my city, and my city has deceived me, and they've deceived the council. In all reality, the planning department has not succeeded what they should have been succeeding from the get-go. They should have revised knowing that the plan had been so far in the past opposed to now, I can see why they've allowed as much industrial over in that area in the last 20 to 30 years that has come upon. We have several businesses that are chemical businesses over there. We have several businesses that are large material businesses. 68th has become more of an industrial road than a residential school zone. I have it on my phone, over 500 vehicles a day comes down through 68th, and over 60% of that is industrial. Large semis. The mayor, some of the council has seen this. City has seen this, and yet they have let this continue. The police department, they cannot handle this because the police department is not big enough to handle what we are enduring over in this area. So if we continue letting things like this exist without some structure between our city and our community, it's going to run us out. Where are we going to be as a small community on the south side of Commerce City? Where are we going to be? We are going to be overran by this stuff. And we already are. We are mixing industrial and residential, and we're adding more residential right now. And I still, at this point, don't see anybody, including the city, or the gentleman that wants to build this large complex, say, hey, you know what, let's step up. Let's help this little tiny community because we want to build this large building and have who knows who's going to come in, because again, they've made it sure that nobody knows who's coming in. They want it rezoned so that they can do this building, but nobody knows who's coming in. And we're already being toxified by Suncor and all the businesses that are there. So where is that fair to our little tiny community? I don't understand that. And if we as a council and as a whole with the city don't put a stop to this, we are the ones suffering. We are the ones that live right there. We are the ones that are breathing this stuff. We're breathing all these vehicles, carbon that's coming out of them. I'm talking large trucks. So if you don't put a stop to this and start thinking about the people that are living there, we're not going to have anybody because we're all going to be dead. You know, I mean, it's just not fair. Yeah. Well, I'm just asking for council to rethink this. Thank you.
That was it on public comment.
Does the applicant wish to make any rebuttals? Sorry about that.
Mayor, council, city staff, members of the public, just in conclusion, I did hear the comments raised by the member of the public who spoke just now about some existing conditions along 68th, which are of concern. And of course, there are any number of ways that those conditions might potentially be remedied. And as a good partner in this location, this property owner is certainly willing to participate. But of course, a new development cannot fix the existing condition that you have already today. All they can do is, address their own impacts, and this development is certainly proposing to and is agreeing to, and in fact is required to do that, and they're going above and beyond by creating some additional improvements that are not actually required by the development. So they're, adding additional right-of-way, creating an additional turn lane, building the fire loop, all of those things. and the landscaping. And I haven't forgotten the discussion about the sidewalks, Counselor, and will definitely be willing to talk to staff about that in the context of the development plan. But at the end of the day, the question before you is whether or not it meets the criteria for rezoning. It clearly does. There's no evidence in the record otherwise. And so we ask for you to approve the rezoning to I-2. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll now close the public hearing. I need a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendation of the Planning Commission on case Z-990-24. Councilmember Teeter.
So move.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. I will be supporting this motion because of the points that Ms. White has made. I don't find anything in the record that contradicts a rezoning. On the other hand, I hope that the city will revisit the development plan discussion that they're having with the owner and to hopefully put in place several of the things that we have raised here this evening regarding this project and its impact on the community and on Colorado Boulevard itself. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. I still cannot support this because looking at the criteria, in my eyes, it does not meet 5 and 6 still again to me. This does not fill the community need with a proper mix of uses. And in number 6, we're talking about the area. And right now, the comprehensive plan that has been proposed as revision to the existing one has not been approved by the Planning Commission in order to come before council. And that means that there needs to be some reevaluation of the comprehensive plan, in my opinion, because that's what they're saying. There's something amiss here. And so it needs to be reevaluated. So to me, in my interpretation of the zone change criteria, it does not meet 5 and 6. And so I will still be in opposition of this.
Councilmember Chacon?
I truly want the commercialization of this space so that it can finally expand to the resources that community is needed. But just as in the north, a displacement should not be to the harm, or commercialization should not be the displacement or harms of our community. I will also vote no on this one. It's not because I believe that the owner doesn't have considerations for what the community's already asked. But when you come and join a community and we want to truly make it a quality community of a lifetime, you have to already see the community foundations for what it is and where it's depleting or where there's equity gaps. We already know that this is an unattainable space. If this was an I-1 or light duty flex office, I would be more open. That was how that space, and it's not Rhino, it's Eastside, it's the 5 Points. That specific space was able to also be utilized, but it also got gentrified. So how are we truly looking at our residents in that way to where we're not going to displace them, but we're also not acting in a way that's going to contribute to the cumulative impacts of environmental harms, I know very deeply is in that space. I also will vote no because none of that awareness was taken into this. And we have to, especially in Commerce City, and especially, it's not just Suncor, there's over 1,000 industries in that space. And especially within 270, any developer that wants to come in needs to take this into account because there's so much residential space already there not protected or regulated. And even though us as a local municipality don't have any way to help with permitting, we do have a way to protect our community when it's not already operating in a space that can clean it. So I will vote no as well. Thank you.
All right. There's a motion and a second to accept the findings, a recommendation of the Planning Commission on case Z 99024. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Nay. That passes, let's see. I guess it's,
Mayor, that would be 5 in support, 3 opposed, and 1 excused absence.
okay, thank you. All right. Now, I need to make a motion to enter an executive session per 24-6-402, parentheses 4 and B, specifically to ask legal questions about the approval criteria on next call up. Councilmember Dukes.
Mayor, just point of clarification, I think we have to make a motion to introduce the ordinance for this.
No, well, okay. I'm just asking to legal advice, so until I look into my city attorney. Is this something I should ask now or after I introduce the motion?
My apologies, Mayor. You should introduce, as Councilman Dukes clarified, and then you can make the motion.
All right,
if you
appreciate
so
that.
choose.
Okay, need to make a motion and a second to introduce ordinance Z 990-24 by council as seated and approved on first reading. Councilmember Dukes?
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter?
Second.
All right. Now, I'm going to make a motion to enter an executive session per 24-6-402, parentheses 4 and B, specifically to ask legal questions about their approval criteria.
So on the floor is a motion to enter executive session to seek legal advice about the criteria that this council is considering in the zoning hearing.
Councilmember Teeter?
I didn't have it on.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
So moved.
Councilmember Kim?
Second.
All right, have a first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries. 8 and 1 excuse. All right, we're gonna do a recess here. Do a little recess here, and we'll be back. Thank you. All right, let's continue here. Appreciate that. Thank you for being patient. Okay. Need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance Z dash, okay, sorry. We're going to continue this. The motion has been made or asked for a motion in a second. Councilmember Teeter.
I'll make that motion.
It's already happened, sorry. It's already been looking. Councilmember Ford?
Waiting for discussion.
Yeah.
Is now
Yes.
appropriate?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
Great.
Yes, for
Thank you.
discussion?
Thank you. These are really tough situations for the council. We can only take into account the testimony happening during the hearing. But now that that hearing is closed, one of the concerns that I have is the traffic that is misusing 68th Avenue, the bigger trucks that are misusing 68th Avenue. This is not a condition or anything of that nature that I'm asking for. I'm just asking for consideration by the property owner at time of the development plan to consider whoever your user becomes, that you would post and notify your customers and your employees to utilize the collector road of Colorado Boulevard and try to avoid impact to the neighborhoods. I think it's also important that I bring up that this council just had its city council retreat. During that retreat, during capital improvements plan programs discussion, I did bring up the need for the city to look at working with CDOT to get Brighton Road improved, and also for the city to look at capital improvement projects to include the upgrades and improvements of Colorado Boulevard. So just wanted to because we did have some discussion about when's the city going to do their job. I think it's important to let those who are here know that that is being discussed and has been brought forward, and we are pushing forward to try to get those improvements made in that particular area for that particular reason. Otherwise, I'll wait till my opportunity to vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
Just to, this isn't a part of the criteria, but just to piggyback what Councilmember Ford has mentioned around just, our hope is that we have good neighbors. Good neighbors, not just in our communities, but good neighbors in our businesses. And so the hope is as we move forward with the discussion or with the project, that consideration of being a good neighbor to the residents who deserve just amazing neighbors in our community. And so trying to put that out there, again, it's just a part of the discussion as you're going through the process of selecting someone to occupy this space, that's something that is a priority for us as a council.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much, Mayor. We have very strict criteria that we have to operate by, and in some cases, there's information that we receive that can adjust how we interpret the conclusions that are drawn on the criteria. But I will tell you in this particular case that it brings me a lot of pain to realize that there really isn't anywhere I can go with this but to say yes. But I will tell you this, that as I mentioned earlier, I really hope the development plan will be revisited. It is discouraging to know that we have these presentations and that the development plan is already down the road without zoning being approved. So how do we or the residents actually play a role in what's developed on a property if that conversation has already taken place and those reviews are already taking place? So that will be very important to me that that is revisited.
Okay. Seeing those others, council member? All right, will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance Z 990-24, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by rezoning the property generally located at 6601 Colorado Boulevard from agricultural district and light intensity industrial district to medium intensity industrial district. Your vote is open.
It passes 5-3 and 1 absent. All right. Ordinance on first reading. Ordinance 2571, ARPA fund balance transfer. Do any council members have questions for staff? Seeing none, I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2571 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Dukes?
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Is there any discussion? Will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2571, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City by reappropriating remaining American Rescue Plan Act funding balances in the General Fund and Facilities Services Fund and returning a surplus transfer amount from the Fleet Management Fund to the General Fund in the total amount of $2,494,500 and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open.
Thank you. Okay, that motion passes 8-0, the one absent, sorry. Next one, ordinance 2574, ARPA grant for the Built a C3 program. Do any council members have questions for staff on this one? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much, Mayor. This ordinance includes among the documents current expenditures, and that's in reference to the money that we had authorized to go to rent, mortgage, utilities, or car repair. In reviewing the current expenditures, I noticed some anomalies that, for example, a 3-month rental was over $13,000. And I was trying to figure out where that might be in Commerce City. So what I would like to ask in when I requested the audit last month, I wanted an actual audit. I would like to know how much of this money went to residents in the south, how much of this money went to residents in the north, whether these were single-family homes or apartments. Just any kind of information that we can have that can help us make policy decisions in the future in case there needs to be limits on who the money goes to and what that money goes for. I don't recall authorizing expenditures for vehicles. We just authorized it for rent and mortgages, but it did go for 2 vehicles as well for the $500,000 portion of the $1 million that has been donated. I found 240 individuals had received funds, and I would also like information on how these 240 individuals learned about the program. So have that be included in the audit as well. Thank you. Oh, except I have to do that during administrative council business. I can't ask for that right now, but I just wanted to draw your attention to the fact that that's what current expenditures means, in case you didn't happen to read that in the packet.
All right. Okay, seeing no others, I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2574 by council as seated and approve on first reading.
So moved.
Councilmember Douglas?
I'll second that, please.
Okay. At first and second. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Dukes?
Just to piggyback on an audit discussion, I am in favor of that as well, to make sure we have a report that really details where the funding is going so we can have better policy decisions, opportunities in the future. So I think that's a great idea.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford?
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to piggyback on some of the Mayor Pro Tem's comments. It makes it really difficult to support this at this time unless we know what those kind of expenditures are for, because now you have piqued my interest, and I want to make sure that we're operating the program in the proper manner and that we're helping as many people as we can, and we're not, but $13,000 on some rent, that is concerning, and I'd like to hear an answer to that before I can make a decision on voting for this.
Yes, if I could, after Mayor Pro Tem asked about that today, got Mr. Gerber to go back and pull the records on it. The $13,000 was an anomaly, but it was within the criteria that were presented to council when we first adopted the program. We said we'd go up to 120% of AMI. That's a number the state uses for workforce housing needs. That was one where the people did need 3 months of rent. They were about to be evicted. They had utilities wrapped in that. And so that was a true eviction prevention of somebody. It was a mortgage. It was, they were going to lose their house. It wasn't a rental. It was a single-family house. Jared and I have been reviewing the criteria. What we'd like to suggest is that if you approve this tonight, we'll come back with new criteria because we think that we can be more effective to more people by revising the criteria moving forward. If council wants us to go back and dig for all the other stuff, we'll do that. But we'd like to bring, we wouldn't spend any of that million until we bring you new criteria to approve, because we think that we probably were too generous in what we did before, and it doesn't help us spread the money like we need to. So we would offer to do that because I think it would get some transparency and some clarity, because it's been a couple of years since the previous council had adopted the criteria that we used on the amount of money. We did have car repair in the approved criteria that came to council in the presentation when it came before, but we can discuss that if that's something you want to do moving forward.
Councilmember Ford, did you want to finish?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up. Thank you for the explanation. I think it's great if we're able to save somebody in our community from being kicked out of their home. It just seemed like a lot of money, and the whole intent is to try to help as many people as possible. But, I guess the way I foresee the program is make sure that we're taking care of those and they meet a criteria that they actually are in need, instead of it just being, oh, hey, there's this program, everybody ought to jump on it and get their share. So I'm glad that the family was avoided eviction. However, I don't know how we could fix the problem moving forward for that family. It's great to give them a one-time save, but do we have any criteria that says, we gave you $13,000 last month to save you from being evicted. Show us what you've done to help yourself in that manner, because I don't want to get in a position where same family comes back for $13,000 every couple of months because they put themselves in a bad position, because we've produced a program that could turn this into a charity, and that's what I'm trying to avoid.
Absolutely. And we have turned down a lot of people because of different situations. but I think we need to tighten up the criteria some before we spend any more of that money, and so we will be bringing you that back.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Douglas?
So was this done through the Housing Authority? Was everything approved through the Housing Authority?
They've been the one that have been handling all the funding for us,
Okay,
and we're going
and
to
going
reevaluate
forward,
that too.
it's going,
I'm sorry?
going forward, it's going to be the city and city staff, right? Under the
The intent is that we would take the position as soon as we get it in community well-being, and that person
community
would
well-being. I
Yes, ma'am.
forgot the title, so
Right.
I knew it had well in there somewhere. All right, yeah, because hearing this is very concerning to me. Yeah, I would, I mean, we really need to know the circumstances of some of this stuff and what the need is. So, I mean, I want to cut the red tape, but at the same time, I don't want to just, open up the floodgates, we'll put it that way.
Absolutely.
So
yes.
thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I do want to drive the point home that it wasn't a single anomaly. It was more than one. That just happened to be the highest. That was in May of last year. There was also 12,200 on 12/28 of just past 10,200 on January 2nd. So I do think that it's worth taking a look at it and having a more robust audit that will give us the information that we need. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Councilmember Douglas?
Yeah, I just hate hearing this because, there was a family that was homeless, living out of their cars. They were only asking for I think it was around $500 so that they could get to work. They had one of the family members living in vehicles, mind you, that were inoperable, cancer. The only person who was bringing in income worked at a fast food place, and then and they couldn't get the help that they needed, and they needed very little money just to get their, and they were willing to do the work. They were willing to go with a member from the Housing Authority to buy the parts that needed to be put in, and they were going to do the work themselves, and couldn't even get $500. Now, this makes me sick to my
Again,
stomach.
You and I talked a lot about that, and if you remember, again, we've got to have some rules, and those people's titles did not match the cars that they were trying to get us to work on. And, I mean, that's, at some point, we have to draw the line that, again, we wanted to help them, but our approved criteria says we pay the vendor, pay the car repair shop, not the person to go do the work. And maybe again, we can put some new criteria in, but we've got to have some basic criteria. And if we're going to work on people's vehicles, we probably ought to have something to show that they own the vehicle. And those people were just a comedy of errors so many times. But I agree with you. It was very little money.
There was nothing comedic about it.
It was very little money.
nothing
I don't mean it
comedic
was
about
funny,
it.
but there was very little money they needed, but it was just, they couldn't comply. You and I both tried every way we could to get that one funded.
But then, if we could have brought the people in to understand how dire the need was for very little money, that would have put them at least back on track. And part of it was that they couldn't, I mean, it was,
We'll try to find a way when we bring the criteria back
When
to
I hear
address
this
those
amount
kind
of
of
money
issues.
going out to other people.
So we can do it and not
And
have
that
any.
was part of the reason that I suggested that we put in help to get people back on the road, especially when they don't even have a home and they live in their car and then the car breaks down and they can't get to work.
Ma'am, a lot of this money has gone to those kind of individuals. There are some on the high end that met the criteria, but a lot has gone to those, but we just had an issue with that one family that, we
And it
didn't
was
feel
over
comfortable.
Christmas. It was.
Given the criteria we had, so, anyway.
But I do thank you for all the effort that you've put into this, Mr. Dolbert. I really do.
City Manager?
Just, I think to help summarize where Mr. Tolbert is trying to take this discussion is obviously we had followed obviously certain federal requirements and guidelines that were well established and obviously in consort with Adams County and other municipalities, that stemmed out of the COVID-19 pandemic that were carried forward, in particularly when we established our own emergency rental assistance program from general fund dollars. Even in that, there were still parameters in which we had to align ourselves with, probably more strict than with what we're hearing and the needs in the community today. I think with what Mr. Tolbert is establishing, and I think in the presentation that was brought forward, not necessarily discussed in great detail back in February, is that we have an opportunity here to really tailor-make the requirements, whether we want to put additional strictures on certain AMI and or location and the ability to what I will call re-up and or being able to look at how we help get people, as you said, Councilmember Douglas, through the red tape and being able to have it deployed sooner, faster to those who need it in the community. So, all of this is something that our team is taking down, that we will specifically have to address. And what I would say here is this is simply authorizing the expenditure thereof. It's not approving the program. We still have to come back with particular details as it relates to the criteria, as it relates to the establishment of that program and how that program will be deployed, and or any other additional auditing or tracking measures go forward, not necessary to what's been spent. So this isn't going to be your only bite at the apple. Once again, this is for us to be able to, again, taking those steps of having the dollars identified by the end of this year, right? There takes time in being able to get to that, and then having it spent down by the end of 2026. So once again, we'll be back before you probably multiple times across multiple subject areas as outlined in the presentation back in February. But please believe we are hearing you. We will address it. We will make sure to come back to share how we are addressing that with you, and obviously pivot and make adjustments as we get your feedback at those stages before actually adoption and implementing.
All right, thank you. Any other council members? All right. Will the clerk read the title and take a roll call vote, please?
Ordinance 2574, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City by recognizing the remaining portion of the city's total $10,505,025 American Rescue Plan Act funding allocation in the amount of $7,453,025 and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 8-0 with one absence. Okay. Before I move to the next item, I was going to ask council, since we're missing Oscar Madera for the executive session, if it's okay if we move the executive session to the month of April. Anybody have any issues with that? Do I need to make a motion to change that?
No, Mr. Mayor, I think simply my acknowledgement of that I will look to reschedule accordingly within the month of April. Suffices enough. Once again, you all would take a vote to enter an executive session, given with where the agenda sits. I think here and now, if we're all in agreement, like I said, I'll take that next step accordingly.
Do I need a motion? for that?
So to answer your question, yes, you could make a motion to amend the agenda to strike the executive session that is currently listed at the end of this agenda. Yeah.
Councilmember Dukes?
Just a question for City Manager Rogers. Does that align with, I guess, your timeline?
Typically, I am to come to you all every quarter. Given with where we stood with getting through the establishment of the metrics, that obviously shifted. So shifting it 2 weeks or a month, depending on how the dates fall out, the 1st or the 15th, I don't think is significantly going to kind of change the informal discussion that we're going to have. And as well, that information is being published on our website and will be continued to be updated accordingly. So it's not as though it won't be at your fingertips on what we would be discussing. That's also being shared with the broader community.
Councilmember Chacon?
I was just going to second.
Okay. I need to approve. You want to make the motion? I mean, I make the motion, you want to
Second.
so move?
Also moved
Okay.
to move the executive session
Councilmember
to,
Ford?
yeah.
Okay. All right. We got a first and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion carries 8 with 1 excuse. All right. Now I need to make a motion. We can extend the meeting if we need to by a half hour. We may not need it. We may need it. Councilmember Douglas.
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
I believe the motion on the floor is to extend the meeting. I
Yeah,
don't,
by half hour.
sorry, I didn't hear what time you said.
A half hour.
Half hour, okay.
Mayor Pro Tem? Noel? Okay, got a first and a second. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. 5-3 to move forward.
Mayor Douglas, can I get a show of hands of the nays, please? Perfect, thank you so much. Councilmember Teeter, were you a nay or an aye? A what? You're not an A.
Not a nay, so you're a yay?
Okay, all right, thank you.
Not an A. I'm a yay.
All right, appreciate that. Thank you, guys. All right. Okay, next one is ordinance 2573, an ordinance repealing ordinance 2453, the city moratorium on new residential metro districts. Do any council members have questions for staff? Okay. Seeing none, oh, Councilmember Dukes. Okay. All right, I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2573 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Dukes? Well, we got to introduce it, and then there's a discussion. All right, did you want to talk on it, Councilmember Dukes? Okay, all right. Okay, so need a motion second, Councilmember Dukes?
I'd like to make a motion to introduce ordinance 2573.
Councilmember Teeter?
Second the motion.
Okay, any discussion? No discussion. Will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2573, an ordinance repealing ordinance number 2453, imposing a moratorium upon the city's processing of applications for approval of new service plans for residential metropolitan districts. Your vote is open.
2573.
Yeah. Yes, 2573. Okay, vote is 3 yes, 5 noes, and 1 absent. It doesn't pass. All right. Ordinance on second reading, ordinance 2564, CDOT grant for widening of 88th Avenue. This ordinance was approved on first reading during the February 5th City Council meeting. An amendment is needed to make amendments needed to make to the original ordinance to correct the amount of grant received. The city clerk now reads the amendment to the ordinance to give the change on record per required in section 5.3, parentheses F of the city charter.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. I'm just going to read this in full real quick since there are many amendments. Ordinance 2564, introduced by Councilmember Chacon, Douglas, Dukes, Ford, Kim, Madera, Noble, Teeter, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the grant funding from the Colorado Department of Transportation, CDOT, in the amount of $3,840,000 for the widening. I don't think that's right. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. $3,840,000 for the widening of 88th Avenue in the City of Commerce City and the authorization of the expenditure thereof, whereas the City of Commerce City began the appropriate funding for the widening East 88th Avenue from I-76 to Highway 2, the 88th Avenue widening project, whereas on October 11, 2018, the city entered into a contract with EST Incorporated for design and environmental analysis services per resolution number 2018-76, passed on October 1, 2018, whereas on May 17, 2021, the city entered into an intergovernmental agreement, IGA, with CDOT to receive federal grant funding through CDOT and furtherance of 88th Avenue widening project per resolution number 2021-76, passed on September 20, 2021. Whereas on June 28, 2021, the city entered into another contract with EST Incorporated for engineering, design, and right-of-way acquisition services per resolution number 2021-46, passed on June 21, 2021. Whereas on May 19, 2022, the City of Commerce City and CDOT agreed to amend the IGA per resolution number 2023-103, passed on September 11, 2023. Whereas on October 17, 2022, the city passed ordinance number 2421, recognized the receipt of $3 million and no cents in federal grant funding from CDOT for the 88th Avenue widening project, whereas the city now recognizes an additional award of $3,840,000 and no cents in grant funding from CDOT for the 88th Avenue widening project, whereas the City of Commerce City plans to contribute $1,960,000 in local funding towards the design, permitting, and construction of improvements to meet local grant matching requirements for the 88th Avenue widening project. Now therefore be it ordained by the City Council of Commerce City, Colorado as follows. Section 1, in the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado is amended to recognize the funding of the Colorado Department of Transportation in the amount of $3,840,000 and to appropriate such funds in the Capital Expenditure Fund, Fund 395, for a total of $3,840,000. Section 2, the ordinance is in the best interest of the city and the general public, introduced, passed on first reading, and public notice ordered this 18th day of March 2024. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The amendment has been read. Is there any discussion?
No, sir, I cannot.
All right. I need a motion and second to approve ordinance 2564 on second reading and final as amended. Councilmember Ford.
So moved.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
All right, have a first and a second. City Clerk, please read the title and take a roll call vote.
Ordinance 2564, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of grant funding from the Colorado Department of Transportation in the amount of $3,840,000 for the widening of 88th Avenue in the City of Commerce City and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open.
All right, that passes 8-0 with 1 absent. Okay, thank you. All right, on to administrative council business. First one is 2024 ICSC conference attendance. I invite Brian Pettiplace, the intern economic development director, to the podium, please, to introduce this item.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The memo that's in your packet gives a good understanding and outline of what to expect for attendance and participating in the conference. Believe that we are opening it up tonight to ask for the council to select up to 2 members to attend the conference and participate with staff. We're partnering, as it says in the memo, with the Adams County Economic Development Team to host a booth there, to host for meetings. And the conference dates are there in the memo as well. So the purpose of the agenda item tonight is to ask for a discussion and determination of which 2 members would like to participate and attend the conference with staff.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I would like to be considered. I'd like to volunteer.
Okay, Councilmember Kim?
Be happy to go or be considered as well.
Okay, thank you. And I, as the mayor, would like to have one of those spots if that's possible by this council. So, sorry. Councilmember Kim?
I would think that the mayor should go then instead, so I will withdraw my name.
All right. That leaves Mayor Pro Tem Noble and Mayor Douglas. Is there any other that would like to participate? Okay, seeing none, if that's okay with this council, I'll make a motion to approve myself and Mayor Pro Tem to be the 2 members to go to this conference. Councilmember Douglas?
So moved.
Councilmember Chacon?
Second.
Okay, I got a first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Okay, carries. All right, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, next one is the 2024 Camo College Golf Tournament sponsorship. And I had a veteran reach out to me to ask if we would support another golf tournament. His name was Brett Ross. He's a Commerce City resident. And pretty much a few years ago, America lost one of his finest after a 6-year battle with brain cancer. Eric, they call him Huggies, it's Hugs. He was in Iraq and Afghanistan combat veteran. And that personally, he had the pleasure of serving with the United States Marine Corps infantry. And he was a Marine in a gunnery and a grunt. Texas boy raised by a former Marine Corps drill instructor. So basically by having this tournament, they had one last year, this would raise money to help with PTSD and preventing veterans from seeking the alternative of suicide. So I asked if the council would support this golf tournament sponsorship. It includes a sponsorship for 4 and along with some other items as well, which I believe it's on May 31st of this year. Councilmember Kim?
Yes, I so move this request.
Councilmember Teeter?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. All right, motion carries. Thank you. Let's see. Do any council members have administrative business items of emergency or unforeseen circumstances? Councilmember Teeter?
No, you didn't clear the button from last
Sorry about
time.
that. Councilmember Kim?
Yes, I do. So obviously, we did not approve the repealing of ordinance 2453. So I would actually want to look into something different as far as when it comes to some form of improvement district funding or whatever the case may be. So what I would request is my motion is to request for city manager to direct staff to look into or explore those various opportunities, various improvement district opportunities that we may have, so we can, and then come back before a study session to discuss those different avenues.
Are there any discussions on this motion?
Second.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Dukes? City Manager? Sorry.
Yes, sir. Just trying to put a finer edge on this. Obviously, we've provided some high-level information to the council previously about the general improvement district, special improvement districts. What next steps in particular are you looking at? Are you looking at what would be our potential credit rating, our potential ability of issuing debt? What would be the actual process that we would actually need to undertake with an existing district, or how those would be layered? Because I don't want to regurgitate what we given to you all back in February, so I just want to make sure that the team understands what we need to be looking at and whether or not we need to bring in our underwriter as well. That could help to communicate that if that's truly the process that you want to go forward with.
Yeah, I think I think exploring all of that makes sense. You know, I think we really need to start thinking about, you know, outside of Metro District, what other funding sources there could be that might be best suited for the city. Best suited for the city. I'll leave it at that.
So would it be appropriate for what I just shared, plus what you're looking for as a combination for us to bring back to you at a future study session?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I think that we can start looking more into, when you start looking at a different type of improvement district or whatever the case may be that might be beneficial, to just to bring it up a future study session, not saying that this is something that would come up, but.
Thank you. I'm double checking with my finance director, make sure it's clear, because her staff will also be involved.
Mayor? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you. And I'd like to make another comment with regards to this, because I think that's too narrow. And the reason is this. In Ward 4, there are at least 7 metro districts that are not built out. They still need homes built. They still don't have their commercial opportunities met that are part of their PUDs. So there's plenty more that can be done. But more importantly, these districts have been harmful to many residents. And what I really want us to look at is doing it the old-fashioned way, when we would include in the price of the home infrastructure costs, so that the buyers of a home know exactly what they're paying for and that doesn't fluctuate. I have the original documents for one metro district from 2000, and it described the mills at that point. They made it clear that there would be some change, but not that it would ever have a change within, from metro district to metro, from within their various projects. And of course, that certainly changed. We learned on Saturday that 53% of Commerce City residents consider Commerce City to be unaffordable. And I think that there are levels of unaffordability We have, as Ms. Valdez talked about, which is the unaffordability in South Commerce City, and that's what we were trying to do with providing $500,000 for rental assistance. We didn't want anybody to fall into poverty, that's for sure. And the other is that there are people in the north who have bought homes under the impression that they would know exactly what was going to be their mortgage and insurance and all of that, and taxes going forward. It's important for the city to play a very important role in the external infrastructure. But if the external infrastructure is going to be used by more people in Commerce City than simply that neighborhood, then more people should be involved in paying it. So we need to look at, if it's a special district, what's the scale of the special district or alternative districts to metro districts? What is the scale of that? I don't want residents to be burdened in the same way that they have been burdened when there are all kinds of people who are making use of the same facilities. We have some of our best parks in North Commerce City are actually part of metro district fees for folks. And we need to look again at what it would take for cities, the city of Commerce City, to actually provide the parks also, or make it part of the special district. There aren't enough amenities in some of these neighborhoods that were built out, like Reunion Ridge doesn't have its own large size park. It doesn't have its own recreation area center or any of that kind of stuff. So we need to look at it from the entire point of view. But really the main thing to me is that I would want to be part of this. What would it mean for someone who knew that the city was going to be doing the special district for the external infrastructure, not the internal? I don't want to offer to do the inside roads for the subdivision. That should be part of the price on a home. Mr. Cullen from the HBA said that it makes homes affordable. Definitely does not make homes affordable in Commerce City. Anyone who thinks when they buy a home here that it's going to be affordable is operating under an illusion because of these metro districts. So I just want people to know so that they don't have to wonder what the costs are going to be to them going forward, other than valuations that are set by the city clerk's office at some point, not the city clerk, but the county assessor at some point in the future.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager Rogers and our city attorney, just a couple questions. When we think about the Metro District and keeping the moratorium in place and having this additional discussion and extra steps, does that provide immediate financial relief to the current residents that are in a Metro District?
As I just understood your question, because I'm going to restate it maybe in a different way, is the actions that are being asked about tonight with respect to the repeal remaining in place, plus the additional research and potential next steps with leveraging a special improvement district or a general improvement district, does it give relief to our existing residents in a Metro District?
Correct.
I would say no.
And as far as the process in which we'll go undertake again, how is this different from the 3.5-year process that we embarked to put together new regulations and guidelines, which again will be for new Metro Districts moving forward? Is this different? Because I think in our study session, we did talk about GIDs and dissolutions and different study sessions. And even in our retreat, we talked about the GID and doing the outskirts of the community so the community doesn't have to pay for it. But how is this different?
I don't know if it's necessarily, maybe I'm not wrapping my mind completely around the question, but I will attempt my best, sir.
Oh, sorry, I'll simplify. So with the additional work that we're going to ask our staff which it is what it is. Was this work not done before, during the past 3 years, to actually inform the new regulations, or is this new?
I would say that this is a more recent development for trying to fund growth and development. Obviously, this will not address the existing residents. This will only address residents that are moving forward. Now, once again, I am saying this without, having really dug in through the research. So, this is going to be a new path for city staff to, I'll call it, really dive in and evaluate the pros, the cons, the potential process, and the length of the process in order to be able to move that forward. What you all received back in February was a very, I will call it, introductory conversation as to how GIDs and SIDs can play a role. It's not as though that none of these mechanisms are new to the city, but how we would use these general improvement districts and or special improvement districts for enabling, from a finer point that the Mayor Pro Tem put on, is going to be a different activity than what we've done in the past, at a much grander scale, and potentially looking at multiple improvement districts than a singular one that covers, quite frankly, from the Platte to almost E470 north of 104th, with like what we have in the NIGID. So there's going to be a lot of threads that we're going to pull here that will lead to further questions and further analysis and further evaluation of the risk with those with respect to the fiscal responsibility of the city and how to be able to move that forward. All of that would come out in this evaluation and discussion to be brought back before you. So like I said, this is truly new territory for us in this. Not saying that there's not a way. There is a way. We would just have to find a path for you all to be able to make an informed decision off of that.
So the new request would move forward with how we pay for growth for new development. It doesn't address the current residents' financial burden in the current metro districts.
That is correct.
And City Attorney Lee, question around the mill levy equalization pledge. Does this new work undo the mill levy equalization pledge agreement, or do we have jurisdiction and legal authority to undo that agreement, which causes a burden to our residents?
So it's a good question. I don't have the answer off the top of my head. I can certainly look into it and get back to you.
I love that. I love to know, like, if this work leads towards addressing the immediate financial needs that our residents have said they need it, or is this additional work to find out if we can find different ways to pay for growth? I mean, it's a big difference, big distinction for me. In addition to all the work, and I guess the next question I have is that, does Title 32 provide, and this may be for City Manager Rogers, does Title 32 provide a process for residents that are in a metro district for dissolution if they choose to go through that process with the Metro District Board?
It does, and we touched on it back in February. Once again, John can speak to it maybe a little bit more so, but I think if we're really trying to outline a process, it's going to be more than a 5 to 10 minute conversation that was held during a presentation, right? It's going to, as I heard a resident earlier today, they would like us to really lay out all of those steps. We laid out those steps, but we'd have to really lay the particular details in writing as to how you go about accomplishing that, what role the city plays, what role the district plays, and ultimately, as I remember from that presentation, what role the court plays as well. So I can't give you a simplified answer because that process is not going to be simple for our existing residents, the city, and or a potentially participating district if they so chose to. So, John, you may have something else to share in addition to that.
Yes, sir. To try to answer your question directly, whether or not dissolution of a district would provide financial relief to residents, the process for dissolution requires that all outstanding debt either be immediately retired or otherwise secured by a bond or security. prior to the district being dissolved, which would mean that while there would not be continued taxes per se, the residents would, or the taxpayers within that district would somehow have to come up with the funds to pay down that debt before the district could be dissolved.
So my understanding is that it still may shift, it still may shift to the residents have to pay for something, right? Outside of it may not be a metro district per se, but the debt has to be paid in some form or fashion. Is that correct?
Once the debt's issued, the debt does have to be repaid. It has to be repaid by the taxpayers of the district. Even if the district is to be dissolved, they still have to somehow secure or guarantee that that debt will be paid.
Sorry, and then, sorry, maybe one final question, and City Manager Rogers, as we continue to explore this, we have residents, we have neighborhoods that don't have sidewalks in core Commerce City. Is that correct?
For the most part, we have maybe some disjointed disconnection, but I would say the majority have sidewalks, but they're probably undersized in today's world.
And in time task analysis, does this take your team away from being able to address some of the other city needs, or do you know it all at this point?
On the face of it, yes, right. It's an additional project that we will have to fit within our operation. And obviously, we were pretty running a robust operation as it is. So something would have to shift. Something would have to be reprioritized. It's just the reality that we have. Not saying it can't be done, but we have to also be mindful that if this is something that council would like to see within, let's say, 3 to 6 months, something within that same period of time would have to shift just because we can't get to everything. And that's just being realistic for the council.
And is it possible that there might be residents that like the quality of life they have in the Metro District? Is that something that's feasible or possible or probable?
Yes.
And so we're spending a lot of effort into re-examining conversations that we've had that informed our reform, which the council prior to me did a great job in putting together above and beyond the Colorado Revised Statute to actually improve the Metro District. We hear that consistently. I struggle from a resident standpoint as I listen to other residents. Oftentimes, the loudest voice in the community isn't the community voice. And so when I hear people sit down and chat with me, they want to move on. They want opportunities to have amenities that are essential to our community. They want sidewalks. The fact that we have to have residents walk to this light rail station on RTD light rail station where when it's muddy, there's no places to go. And we talk about disproportionately impacted communities, and that's a community that is struggling, and we spend a lot of effort on something else. And again, I get the Metro District challenge is an issue. No qualms about that. But what I don't understand is if we're not addressing the root cause of the financial burden for our families in the Metro Districts, this is just another conversation, and we're not increasing the revenue for our city. We're actually spending more. And so I'll be struggle to approve, or I'll struggle to vote for this because, again, our city is not monolithic. Our city has diverse needs, and our city needs leadership that says, let's talk about everyone in the city, including those who might like the Metro District or enjoy the quality of life there.
Thank you, Councilmember Dukes. Councilmember Ford?
Yes, thank you. Along these lines, I don't disagree with anything anybody said up here. Of course, trying to find relief for those who currently are in Metro Districts becomes extremely difficult based on the debt that's associated with the homes within the Metro District. We talked about GIDs, and GIDs were put into place to provide trunk infrastructure, stormwater, major sewer lines, water lines, that stuff to really promote growth and development in the north. And as I mentioned at our retreat, the Northern General Improvement District, the members of that district voted to be able to widen 104th Avenue as part of that GID. Not that the general improvement districts wouldn't be an option, just keep in mind that that's something that every voter within the GID would have a say on. And so now that the growth in the GID is where it is, it's coming up with supportive positions from all members of the GID to support a project that may be in or near their area or a ways away from their area. I think along the lines of the request for the staff to do this research, since we've been through a lot of it, I would really think that it would be important for us to understand how many cities in the state of Colorado currently do not allow metro districts, and how are they able to finance the debt for the infrastructure created by those developments. Because, I mean, this is not a new thing, and someone out there may have figured some of it out, and that's a piece of it that I have not heard or been given information on. So I know there's very limited financing methods for infrastructure when it comes to development. But maybe there's some cities, I'd like to know how many, don't allow it. I think it's important to know how those cities are faring from a development standpoint, i.e. Primarily commercial development, how that is affecting them, because we heard some of those questions come up by some of the citizen communication. And if they're faring as well, worse than, or better than cities that don't allow metro districts. And what are those alternatives? To me, you guys have done, your staff, the staff has done a ton of research on the area that we're requesting. But those are some items that I would like to really see what's being done. I know Colorado, it's an issue on the financing. Other states have different options that Colorado doesn't have, but I'd like to know how other communities are dealing with the same issue or have dealt with it, especially those that don't allow metro districts. Did it stall their growth? Do they not have any growth? Has it been beneficial? Do they have another means of paying for infrastructure? A lot of that, I think, would help, and I think it would go right in accordance with the request by Councilmember Kim on what other options are there. Because we have went through all of the stuff that staff has given us, but I'd like to know what someone else is doing and if someone else has figured out a solution to not using metro districts. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. You know, I think about the head of Colorado Municipal League who spoke to us on Friday night, and he said that we plant trees to provide shade for the future. And that's how I see this. Yes, I don't think that there are many residents of metro districts who think that what we're going to do is going to affect them. Most everyone knows this has no impact on anyone who's already in a home. But nevertheless, there is an opportunity to be innovative and set a new tone. The problem is that as smart as our staff is, as smart as our legal consultants are, as smart as we are not smart enough or capable enough to close every loophole. There's a reason that Metro District mill levies went up, even though their service plans say they couldn't. There's a reason, as one of our earlier speakers noted, that even though Metro District service plan says that the meetings have to take place within the boundaries of Commerce City or 20 miles, that they don't. Oddly enough, that exact same language is in our new service plan, which was not our intent. Our intent was to ensure that they meet in Commerce City. And albeit, when I went back to read old service plans that were passed in August of 2019, it was the exact same language. Same language, and that was not our intent at all. So then I started thinking, well, what else may we have overlooked? There's probably other things that have been overlooked. The wonderful part of working on this for as long as we have is that you get new information. And that new information then may change how you view moving forward. And while I was pushing and ran on that basis way back in 2019 that we reform metro districts and end the abuses, is that now I question whether a metro district is the best or only way to move forward. There are 5 of us on this city council who all live in metro districts, and there are 4 who don't live in metro districts. There are 65 metro districts in Commerce City. 64 of them are in North Commerce City. That doesn't leave a whole lot of room for any more metro districts in Commerce City. As someone else also noted, it doesn't have a lot to do with commercial in our area. It hasn't affected commercial because in fact, it's had just the opposite effect. On the BREDAC, Blue Ribbon Economic Development Committee, the representative from Oakwood said that Metro District high mill levies had a chilling effect. And that would also apply to Buffalo Run along 120th, as well as Reunion and other areas, perhaps even down there at Potomac, or not Potomac, but Revere and 104th. So I think it's all worth revisiting, and the reason I'm revisiting it is because of what I've learned. And what I've learned is that this isn't the answer. This is not the best way to move forward, to do status quo with metro districts. They have figured out how to make it a profit center, so the developer buys the land, and then they take that land and sell it to a bunch of builders. And then they have a bond, and that bond is being paid by the homeowners. And the builders have paid the developer for the land that they have bought. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, what is this costing the developer? I haven't yet figured out what this is costing the developer. I don't think it's costing the developer anything. It's a great way to make money. Along those lines also, someone mentioned to me recently that, well, never mind, I won't even go down that path. That's all I have to say on that. Remember, we're planting trees for future shade.
Councilmember Chacon?
I really am grateful for everything that has been set up here, and I really appreciate the constituencies that spoke and testified earlier. Honestly, we need to come to terms that metro districts are a scam against a lot of homeowners and a lot of taxpayers. That's how you create a disproportionately impacted community, is targeting them to the point of displacement. Not only should metro districts be questioned, but I know that this isn't the biggest space, but we're not a corporation either. We're an organization that still has to represent certain forms of equity. And I do think that it does take some level of sanctions or bringing this to a state level. That was one of the few things that when we were at NLC, this isn't even a partisan issue. I completely agreed with other side of the aisle, if you will, viewpoint that this needs to be seen on a state level and on the commissioners also getting involved. Metro districts are actually taking advantage of homeowners now, and we can't do anything about it. We can't do anything until it sounds like we pay the debt, and we can't do anything right now to relieve any of their suffering. I don't know how we're actually protecting their equity priority, and that's my concern. I don't really have much else to add to that, but I do think we need to start pushing a little bit higher and seeing how we could protect our local constituency on a legislative level. And I and in all honesty, make them an example of how they've treated Commerce City, not just in the past, and how Southern Commerce City has been harmed in that way, but how Northern Commerce City will continue to be harmed. It is being concerned about what we're going to do in the future, but if we don't act with that kind of aggressive protection, we're going to be targeted again in another form. So it's not just seeing what else we can do, but stopping what has been done to the degree and severity that it honestly has to the people that didn't deserve it. That's all I had to add. Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes.
Just thank you, Mayor. You know, and Mayor Pro Tem, I appreciate the comments and the ability to like really demonstrate just learning as we grow and learning and finding new things. And I just want to be clear and make sure we're clear as council, because there's a misunderstanding in our community that these actions are going to have an immediate financial benefit for those who are currently in a metro district. Those who have bought a house, those who are part of the metro district agreements that are 20 years old. And I just want to be clear that we state that. We're clear about that. This is not an effort that's going to rectify and adjust your mills that are in a currently metro district. This is something that's going to be moving forward to help plant trees for the near future, which, you know, I agree with that statement from CML, and how do we, as council members, begin to think about long-term vision. But I just want to be clear that this is not an approach that's going to provide the immediate financial relief that our residents say they need. This is an approach that will provide better informed practices that are going to help our Metro District reform. I just want to be clear, have that on statement so that we are all clear that this is not going to address the current financial situation for a lot of our residents in the Metro District.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
And I don't think anybody is under that impression that they're smart people. They know that. But I can tell you, being at NLC and interacting with other community leaders from across the state, they're looking at Commerce City as being a leader to set an example of what can be done. There are other municipalities who are feeling the same kind of crunch, being held hostage, basically. And they want to work with Commerce City so we can change the law at the state level. And they do see us as courageous leaders who have been willing to put our toes in the water.
Councilmember Kim?
So I promised myself I wasn't going to say much, but you know what? I got to say this. So metro districts are a freaking scam all in all, right? I'm going to be honest with you. I think when you see I don't see how anyone who likes to pay $7,000 just in the metro district tax is happy to live here, happy to live in the Reunion area, to continue being scammed and continue being, well, I'll leave my words to myself. But I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Noble's comment along with Councilwoman Chacon's comment. One is we are planting the seed to plant the tree as far as how we want to look forward. I also appreciate the comment from Councilwoman Chacon where she mentioned how this is really hitting our disproportionate community. You know, it's tough. It's tough to figure out, okay, what other financing mechanisms are there? Could we just add them to the infrastructure cost, right? I know that's something I have said before too, but then let's, make sure that we uncover every rock to see if there's any other forms or mechanism that would be considered truly affordable, truly transparent in nature, to really dig deep to figure out, what are we doing? I think Commerce City's at that point where it's like, all right, we've been screwed so many times as it is with metro districts that we are at the point now where people are just fed up. And I do understand that this does take resources for staff to actually go through. But I also don't believe the same staff is going to be working on fixing sidewalks. So with that said, I still would like, I think the motion's on the table too, to where I'd still love for us to actually explore those opportunities, explore those avenues. But the question I would have for the city manager is how much time would be required that is considered reasonable if this motion does pass?
And you actually beat me to the punch, because I was going to ask that question of the council, because it's hard for me to say without understanding what your expectation is on when to bring this back, because it gives me then something as a guidepost to try to reverse engineer and say, yes, it's accomplishable. It's accomplishable by potentially additional consultation work to help be able to fill certain gaps. We may be able to address it internally. Obviously, if you say a month, that's not realistic. Are we talking a half of a year, 6 months? Because I do believe that we are going to have to dig into a lot of different threads that come off of this. Just like anything that we do, one question could lead to another question, which could lead to something that's informative or needs to be discussed, because, right, no different than what we did with the Metro District regulations, questions led to other questions, which led to other questions, which led to the formulation of what you all most recently adopted. If I'm playing that through my mind and I'm just sharing with you, and like I said, haven't talked with my team, that's where I have to begin the formative process of how do we get to your desired outcome.
So how about we meet in the middle? I think that the timeline is not necessarily presented tonight, but at the next session, which I believe is a study session, correct? So at the study session that we have next week, then you'd be able to provide us as far as when that would be done. I mean, I get the fact that a month from now is not doable. I don't know if the rest of council would agree with that too, but it's just more so just trying to figure out what third quarter then at this point. Sometime in third quarter would be ideal. Sometime in fourth quarter would be ideal. I don't want us to rush through this but you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to make sure that we are going through and doing our due diligence to ensure that we have everything there prepared, planned, and presented.
Yeah, so I don't want to lie to you. I think Monday's still pushing it for all of us, for me and my staff to really wrap our heads around all of the different components that could come into this. I don't want to rush back to you in making a false commitment that, yes, I could have it to you in 3 months, to ultimately come back to you in month 2 and say, you know what, I need another 5 months. I'd rather make sure that I've thought about it comprehensively and holistically and come to you with the ask, because that ask could have a financial component to it. The ask could be, well, wow, I'm gonna pick on John since he's up here. John's working on X. He needs to move X to allow for us to absorb Y and to manage project Y to said conclusion. And you all need to understand that as well. So I would say it's probably more appropriate for us to come back to you with a framework of accomplishment and how to get there within a month's time frame. Because that then allows us to be able to reach out and to have the conversations with the experts that we work with already with our GIDs, the implementation of our GIDs, the issuance of debt with our GIDs, legal counsel, both internal, maybe external. That's a conversation that Lee and I have to have. But we'd be doing you all a disservice in just putting something on paper next Monday and coming back and thinking that it's gonna be golden. I don't wanna do that to you all in trying to make a decision that's that impactful for the community.
So what I am hearing then is you're looking at maybe a framework that would be provided in a month, and then from there, direction would be given then at that point.
That's what I would request. That gives us that enough lead time.
Okay, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
I want to point out that we do have an audit coming back also, so perhaps even after the audit, that some things may be revealed and uncovered at that point that would inform this discussion as well.
Councilmember Kim?
I would be good with that as well.
Okay, I appreciate other council members who spoke about this. Councilmember Dukes is correct about our southern part of Commerce City. There's a lot of places that do not have sidewalks. And since this did not pass, it just automatically keeps the moratorium in place. And so with that, it allows us just to keep moving forward as we did when this was put in over a year ago. And, you know, what really got me thinking about was when those extra things came back that showed business improvement district, general improvement district, which basically deals with the landowner. And who's going to be making that decision? That way it's not outside with everybody else, like the Northern Infrastructure General Improvement District, because that included the whole Northern Range, or a general improvement district, if it's per the developer, it's on their property. And then if a special district gets involved, the city would, you know, then you're talking about mills. So if there is a bond that is created, it's going to pay for and be paid back through that bond structure. And once that bond's paid off, that goes away. Business improvement district, that could help out commercial. That could have all kinds of mechanism in there. We could have mills in there for South Adams Water and Sanitation, because I'm telling you now, you know, when it comes to us, the city putting in that trunk line tower, that was the city's cost, that was not South Adams. They did service it, but we burdened that cost due to $2K dollars. So I'm not going to go any further, but I appreciate everything. And you know, when this was brought up about the moratorium, it wasn't about correcting anything that people were burdened with now. It's really about the future and how council thinks. And I want this council really to be a working council. Put your thinking cap on and think through things and not just say, okay, well, I don't have time for that. So believe me, I want this council to be a working council and put your best effort forward. So I agree. Whoever make the motion to bring this back when we get the findings from the Metro District. So if someone may, if you want to make that motion.
Can you clarify the motion?
No, I'm just asking for someone to, sorry about that, Councilmember Dukes. Councilmember Kim, did you want to clarify?
So clarifying the motion would be is the fact that we would request that city's manager direct staff to bring back a framework of the information that Mr. Rogers had presented earlier after the audit and after the audit.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble, just that you're the second on that. Did you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
All right, Councilmember Dukes, did you like to say something to that, please? Okay, all right. So first and second, yes. Councilmember Dukes? Yes.
Can we describe the framework? Because one of the things that was mentioned on Saturday with CML was that, our policy, clear policy helps the city move forward. And so I want to make sure we have clear policy, clear expectations, so we can be as efficient as possible. So I asked a question like the framework. What does that mean? What is the interpretation of that in your mind, City Manager Rogers? Or Councilmember Kim?
I'll Rochambeau, you who goes first. Good question. I think when I conceptually in my mind's eye think of a framework, framework is going to have to look at the geographic situation in which we find where these SIDs are going. As we noted, most of the property, not all, but most of east of E470, north of 81st Avenue, unless you are an enclave, have already an executed Metro District. Whether or not they have activated that Metro District is something that we would have to review and determine whether or not it still has the ability to be activated. I'm thinking about new development that hasn't broken ground but has had some action by council taken appropriate. So the geographic situation where it's located and how that then potentially applies to that going forward with, future annexations into the city. We ultimately then have to look at, based off of where these districts would be, and there's a lot of assumptions that would be made on the financial capability of that improvement district being able to take on that debt and the annual debt service. That could be, a range from low to high that the city would be responsible to pay. We would have to outline a strategy, given that, right, when you institute an improvement district, you're not generating revenue the first couple of years because there's no product in which the assessment is being pulled from or a fee that's being pulled from. So you have to bridge that when you're thinking about it. So part of it's financial structure that comes to the framework. Part of it is location, size, minimums, maximums of what's acceptable for establishing a district. Timeline in being able to apply a district, which obviously there are certain voting requirements in order to establish a district, whether it's a special improvement district or a general improvement district. How do you look at the layering of that financial structure if it happens to already be within an existing improvement district? All of our properties that come into the city as required by the existing GIDs are going to be covered by a GID. So for instance, if a property is annexing into the city east of E470, there's a requirement for it to include in the E470 or the ECA GID. So how would the SID and a GID based on existing inclusion requirements interact with one another? And then obviously what are the operative aspects that come out of it? So we have to look at conflicts with existing GID structures to ensure that we don't create enforcement issues with that. So financial structure, some of your just basic general conditions for land, engagement with the development community, particularly because the development's going to generate the need for the external roadway improvements. And if we're relying on that adjoining development to help pay for those roadways, whether it's broad or narrow, as far as the district boundaries, right, we're gonna have to still assess whether or not that debt can be assumed. So process for the development community, financial structure, geographic location, auditing, which, auditing and reporting and monitoring is very different than financial structure as it relates to a capital stack for infrastructure. And once again, these are the things that are just coming to mind thinking about what's clear and present. It's not necessarily the end all be all, because there could be more as we discuss around the horn with our various experts about things that would also get included into that. Retirement of debt, length of debt, issuance of debt, the requirements for, establishing the infrastructure and cost estimates for that to ensure that we're able to issue said debt. Like I said, those are the things that kind of come to my mind at this hour of the evening. But please don't limit it to just that, because I could probably think of another 10 between now and 1 a.m. So.
All right, that's a motion and, okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Sounds like do I hear just one nay? So 7-1 with one absent. Thank you. Okay, City Manager Rogers, please provide your weekly report. And
Thank you,
We have
sir.
11 minutes and 22 seconds.
Yes, sir, will do. We continue to make progress on the community capacity building grant. That's the EPA grant with the potential for up to $420 million in funding. Our current scope and participation with the community partner, BPUF, which is the Black Parents United Foundation, currently stands with bringing an award amount asked to about $20 million. It is staff's intent to bring the proposal to council for feedback, given the amount and interest in the grant before submitting once it is ready. As we have time on the April 8th study session, We're slated to end in and around the 8:05 timeframe. We will be adding the E3, our Environmental Studies Group Q1 presentation, discusses activities out in the community. At that same time, we're going to be shifting our council retreat recap from this coming Monday, as our staff is still working on that, to the 8th. But in that, we're going to be moving up the high hazards discussion from the 8th to this coming Monday, just so that you're aware of that shift. We're continuing to work on the motion that was approved by council on adding voting results to various ordinances, public projects to our website. We have to work through meeting the new accessibility requirement by the state in addressing this, and that we are looking at working with vendors because it does require some coding and other IT infrastructure. So we hope to have more information within the coming weeks about where we stand with that. As you all know, staff held a public listening session for the Economic Development Strategic Plan on the 13th. Our next opportunity will be March 28th, 6 to 8 at Eagle Point Rec Center. Staff connected with the developer of a planned 65,000 square foot hotel proposed for a site near the East 81st Avenue and Tower Road intersection. They provided an updated timeline that their project and confirmed anticipated groundbreaking in the summer of this year. For Public Works, our street team has successfully fixed 117 potholes and conducted inspections of 37 signs to ensure all safety on all of our roads. Last week, we had 11 asphalt crack repairs in Reunion neighborhood, bringing the total crack repair program for this cycle up to 76. Throughout this week, we will have various lane closures and shifts throughout the city. Information on which and where those road closures are happening this week can be found on the city's news and announcements page. PW has instituted a 24-hour response when it receives service requests, and a 48-hour response with feedback on next steps and due diligence on what action is being taken. So if you reach out directly to PW, you're going to be seeing a different level of response to services out in the field, within ultimate another 48 hours to respond with more due diligent efforts. PRG staff has received 2 bids for the construction of the Oasis Park. Staff is working through the selection process, is taking the necessary steps to bring an agenda item forward to council in preparation for an April award of the contract. Staff intends to execute a contract for the replacement of the original Pioneer Park splash pad and mechanical pump room with an anticipated notice to proceed date on April 15th. And the Paradise Island repairs and improvements bid has gone out, and staff is working on a timeline to execute a contract with an anticipated notice to proceed date of March 17. Into PD, we celebrated the retirement of Brian Vandermeer, our sergeant at the time, service of 22 years with the city. I wish him the best luck and the best life on his future endeavors. In that, I would also like to congratulate Sergeant DJ Thompson on being promoted to commander, who is backfilling the position that was vacated by our Commander Shofflin when he retired earlier this year. Today was the first day for high hazard zones along Highway 2 and Tower Road. Signage is expected to continue to be put up over the next couple of weeks. And obviously, we had anticipated that it would have been done so, but obviously, we've had very dynamic weather leading up to now, so we are tackling it as we speak. The PD is in the initial phases of planning a Citizens Police Academy to be held this fall. We are looking at an 8-week academy to run sometime after school starts in the fall, in the evening, 1 evening per week. We are keeping our eyes out for anybody putting names down as Hightower or Shackleberry, just saying. And then the PD will be hosting an event for children with autism in late April or May. April is Autism Awareness Month, and we will be partnering with specialists in that field to create some safe, fun, and informative activities that will allow autistic kids at various levels of the spectrum to come and interact with police. Last but not least, cultural relations. Cultural Council is seating 2 art selection committees, selecting new public art for Monaco Park and wrapping traffic control boxes along busy roadways in the city. Applications are open to residents, community reps, artists, and art professionals. The city is also continuing to advance the city's revamp and rebuild to its website. Staff has made a selection of a vendor and continues to work through the contractual process in preparation for an award here within the next coming month so that we can get that underway. And I will be out of the office this Thursday and Friday. Kathy will be acting city manager in my place.
Thank you, sir. City Attorney.
Out of respect to time, nothing to report.
All right. Any of the council members have a report they'd like to make? Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, just a couple of things. I wanted to give my condolences to a former employee, John Howard, who was director of IT. I think that that's important that we recognize some of the work from our past employees and the fact that he passed away. Big loss. He did a lot for this community. Secondly, because of some of the citizen communication this evening and the fact that there is a lack of knowledge of what road belongs to what jurisdiction, I, at our retreat, did ask for the staff to put together maps that would show what roads are what jurisdiction and what homes are in unincorporated Adams County and what homes are in Commerce City because of the flagpole district along some of the areas in the southern portion of Commerce City so that residents know what jurisdiction they live in and what services they can expect. But there are a lot of roads like Monaco Street where it goes past Monaco Elementary that is not a city-owned road, it is a county-owned road, or 72nd Avenue in front of the middle school there, Adams City Middle School. But Colorado Boulevard is a Commerce City road, and it is one of the only roads in the south that does not have sidewalks. And I know I made that request during capital improvements projects. I just wanted Ms. Valdez to know that she has not been forgotten, and we are trying to work towards improvements in all portions of our city. There was one other thing I want to mention, because it was brought up at our retreat, that there's a council policy that if you talk to a developer, you have to bring it up. So I want to make everybody aware that I did get a call from a lobbyist who works for a developer, Chrissy Faraci, but we did not talk about any development within Commerce City. She merely was asking me about the Airbnb presentation and what I thought council had an idea of what I thought that we were going to do with it. And I said, I don't know. You can watch the meeting. So no bearing on any development. I did also receive a call from Devinder Sandhu, who is developing the corner of 96th Avenue and Tower Road. Run into some trouble with some of his issues with the water department. He called me to ask me if he felt it would benefit him to come and speak at Citizen Communication tonight, referencing his concerns with some change orders and things with the water department. And I told him, this isn't the water department. You might want to go to their meeting if you have problems with what the water department's telling you. And I did reiterate to him that I think it's great that our staff has a meeting lined up to meet with him, with the team, on Thursday, and hopefully be able to try to straighten out some of his concerns. So that's the extent of my interaction with developers for the week. But however, Wednesday's coming, and I will see Devinder and Russ Watterson at that meeting with no intentions to talk about development of any type. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Noble, you have 2 minutes and 13 seconds.
I wanted to say that I had a motion to bring up for the full audit during administrative council business, so I just want staff to know that I have not forgotten. I will do it in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Councilmember Kim.
I just want to give shout out and kudos to the staff as far as with this weekend's retreat. Great planning, great everything, putting it all together. Appreciate your guys' time and efforts actually taking the time to do it. I'll tell you what, big shout out to the finance team. Congrats to them for winning that award. And also really enjoy talking numbers as much as Mr. Rogers does not enjoy talking numbers, but I did for sure. Anyways, I say that facetiously. Very funny, haha. Anyways, have a good day.
Councilmember Dukes.
Just to echo that, shout out to staff and also shout out to Jim. And when we think about the dollars that you're getting out to the community, I know we're going to have a report on it, but I appreciate the work you're doing. Anytime you have a new program, new opportunities, you do your best you can, and I appreciate that.
All right, and I also want to thank everybody for Friday and Saturday. We had some good conversations, and Armando, thank you for putting that together. And I know the work will continue. We can't do it without staff, and I appreciate everybody being there. No one fell asleep. The food was good, and I want to see us move forward. And I also want to say thank you to our residents for allowing the council members who attended congressional district meeting with our delegates in our time in Washington, and we will have a report, and we'll continue this to let our citizens know what our efforts were and what the outcome's going to be. So thank you very much. Got 13 seconds. All right, meeting's over. Thank you. Meeting's adjourned.